Hello, welcome to Essential Academic English, Prefixes and Suffixes. My name is Daniel. I am your teacher. I am currently a teacher at a private school in Vietnam. My day job is teaching sciences in English. I do have my author page, so do have a look at my author page on there, and you will see my other courses as well. Now, before we start, I just want to check that you are around B1 level in the Common European Framework, and you should be looking to move from B1, B2 level to C1, C2 level. If you are below B1 level, this course might be a little bit too much for you, so you are welcome to have a look at where you are. This course will help you to improve your academic understanding of English. If you break English words down, they become a lot easier to understand. So prefixes and suffixes become a lot easier to understand if you know what they are and how to use them. This course will help you to improve your conversational English and understand what is being said. It will help you with your international exams, if you're taking IELTS or TOEICs or TOEFLs, and it will help your confidence. Now, the first thing I want to look at is what a prefix is. So a prefix is a word or letter or number that is added before information happens. Pre is actually a prefix. So pre tells us that it happens before something. So prefix is something that goes before the main information. For example, you are viewing this course and you have a preview today of what we're going to be studying. So this is happening before we get into the course. In this course, I'm going to give you the opportunity to pause the video when I give you words written in purple and to take some time to think of things yourself. So at this moment, can you pause the video and think of any words that begin with pre? If you haven't paused the video or you're back now, some words could be prefix, preemptive, pre-strike, pre-op, pre-operation. So these things happen before the main thing. A suffix is added to the end of the word and it helps to give the word meaning. Often it's going to change the grammar or it's going to change the class of the word. So tion is going to tell us that it's a noun, an action noun. Phobic is going to tell us it's an adjective, and phobia is a noun. So when you have hydrophobic, this is fear of water. This is how you describe someone. It's an adjective. When you have hydrophobia, this is the fear of water, but it is the noun. Can you think of any suffixes? Again, this is purple, so take a moment. Pause the video. If you haven't, I'm sure you are aware of some. There are some basic ones such as ing, which is very famous for ing, so it's verbing. That's a suffix in itself, so it helps us to change the grammar. Today, the lesson, we're going to look at some rules. This is just a preview. This is just to give you an overview of what we're going to be doing. Some basic rules are, for a prefix, when you're thinking of how to spell a word, add the word together, and if the word starts with an S and ends with an S, it will have two S's. For example, spoke or spoken has an S. Miss is the prefix, so when you join them together, misspoken has two S's. Whereas when you have dis and the other word has no S, then you don't need this and any second S, so it becomes disadvantage. Now, what you would find in the past is that lots of prefixes would use hyphens. The symbol for a hyphen is the straight line that connects things. English is changing. English is growing. So what we will talk about in this video lots is whether you need a hyphen. And the main idea, the main answer is sometimes. Mostly today we don't use hyphens. For example, a long time ago email was written with a hyphen. Today it's not written with a hyphen, it's simply spelled email. Hyphens are becoming less important, so do not worry too much about using a hyphen, but you might see them spelt with hyphens sometimes. Keep an eye on your L's. So when you're joining the prefix with its main word, if it's joining a word that already has an L, then you're going to keep the L. So this is illiterate. Welcome is a composite word. It's not the prefix. So when you have welcome, welcome changes and you're going to remove the L. This information is all on your handout. I have attached the handout to this lecture, so if I am speaking too quickly or there are things you're not quite sure about, then have a look on the handout for more information. No easy ease. Basically, don't trust ease. If there is an E at the end of a main word, sometimes you're going to change that into a Y. So juice becomes juicy. This becomes an adjective. But lace becomes lacy and you keep the E. There's no perfect answer for ease, so do think about it, and practice makes perfect. Why? If the main word ends with a Y but has a consonant before it, change it to an I. For example, happy. P is a consonant. So happy is going to be happiest, happier, happily. Okay? Li is a suffix, est is a suffix, is a suffix. Enjoy, Y in this example would be used as a consonant. Sometimes the Y is a vowel, but usually it's a consonant. So in this case, enjoy would be using the Y. We would keep the Y, so it becomes enjoyment. Suffixes beginning with consonants. If the suffix begins with a consonant, the main word doesn't usually change. Usually. So, if it begins with a consonant, the main word doesn't usually change. Develop becomes development, care becomes careless, ment and less are the suffixes, and we are going to look at those during the suffix part of the course. You will understand these rules as we go through them. As we go through the course, it will start to make more sense. You can find all of the rules that I've just spoken about on your handout. So, can you take a moment? What are some rules we just discussed? And do you know any different ones? If you haven't paused the video, we will come back to those rules in this moment now, and it comes to what we should understand. So, what's a prefix? What's a suffix? What do we do when a prefix ends with an S? And what do we do when a suffix begins with a consonant? Can we trust ease? A prefix goes at the beginning of a word. A suffix goes at the end of the word. There are some rules, but rules are meant to be broken. As you can see from the quotes on my handouts, English is wearing a trench coat and made of 3 different languages. Really, that's almost 9 languages, but that quote is true. So rules are meant to be broken. Some basic rules that we can say is that when a prefix ends with an S, then we are going to keep the S's. So if it joins a word with another S, then usually we are going to keep 2 S's. So misspell. When the suffix begins with a consonant, for example, ment, we are going to keep the words the same. So there's no need to change them. And we cannot trust ease. If you have juice, it ends with an E, but juicy has no E. Lace ends with an E, but lacy has an E. And that's this first video. This first video is more to give you an overview of the course and to introduce you to some rules. These rules will become clearer as we go through the course, and I will keep bringing them up during each video. Please do print out the guide. It really will help you, and you can make some notes on the guide as well. If you're continuing this course today, I will see you in Unit 2, and we will be looking at anti. If you are going to do something else today, then I will see you when you come back, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Again, my name is Daniel, and I will be your teacher on this course. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Hello, and welcome to Unit 2. We're going to be looking at anti today, and this has quite an interesting meaning. There is another sounding word that sounds the same, that is anti with an E, and I will tell you what that means as well. So, let's have a look at what anti is. Anti comes from Greek, and it means to go against something, or it's the opposite of something. For example, a clock will usually, the hand of the clock will usually spin clockwise. That's how we describe it. So when you look at the clock, as the clock moves, it will go clockwise. The opposite of clockwise is anti-clockwise. So anti is a very useful prefix, and I'm glad it's the first one that we're going to look at. Anti is very useful. If you have the clock, you can see that the clock is going to move from 12 to 1, 1 to 2, so that is going clockwise. If it goes from 2 to 1, that is going to be anti-clockwise. Some other examples include anti-terrorism, antibiotic, antisocial, and anti-hero. Now, anti, you need to be careful with hyphens. So anti-clockwise can have a hyphen sometimes, not always. You can write it without a hyphen. Anti-terrorism usually has a hyphen. Antibiotic, antisocial, and anti-hero can be written either way, usually without a hyphen. I am sorry about English. Sometimes we just need to do it by practicing. Now, I did say there was another meaning. Anti with an E means that it happens before. So when you have a baby, you might go to antenatal classes. So anti with an E means that it's related to things happening before something. So anti with the E in this case means that it's happening before. Natal is relating to birth. So antenatal means that it happens before the birth. Please, when you hear this, don't get confused, because it can be confusing. I know many people who think that antenatal goes against pregnancy, but that's not true. Anti with an E doesn't get used that much. Anti with an I gets used all the time. Take a moment. In these videos, I'm going to give you some time to pause the video and to think of some words yourself. Brainstorm, write some down, think of any words that start with anti and write them down. So, those words that you just came up with, go and have a look at them. Check them out on in the dictionary or on Google and see what they mean. For example, anti-clockwise means to be going in the opposite direction of the clock. Antibiotic is a medicine we take that kills the living things in our body. Anti-hero, so a hero is a good person. An anti-hero is not a villain, is not the bad person, but they're a hero that doesn't have the qualities, the characteristics of being a hero. They're an anti-hero. If you watch Game of Thrones is full of anti-heroes. Those are heroes that we know that they're doing the right thing, but their characteristics aren't heroic. They're not heroes. Do be careful with hyphens with anti, and also be aware that there is another prefix that isn't used that much, anti with the E, but you need to be aware that that has a different meaning. So, what we should understand. Anti and anti with an E do not have the same meanings, even though they are pronounced in the same way. What does anti with an I mean? What does anti with an E mean? What are some words that start with anti with an I? And what are some words that start with anti with an E? So anti with an I means to go against. Anti with an E means to happen before something. Some words that start with anti with an I, there are lots. You can basically add anti to anything. You could have antibiotic, anti-clockwise, anti-hero, anti-terrorism. These are all going against their base noun. Anti with an E, there's not that many. I use the example antenatal. This is before the time before you give birth. So this is the antenatal time. And that's today. It's the first unit, it's unit 2, but it's the first prefix that we're going to look at. You have lots to get through. When I make the words purple, when I make my writing purple, please do pause the video and take some time to think about the words. I really do want you to action your English and use the English that you know already, and we're going to build on that together as a team. Unit 3, we're going to look at auto. I will see you there. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to Unit 3 of this Prefixes and Suffix course. At the moment we are looking at prefixes and today we are going to look at auto. If you're not sure of what that is, I will tell you in a second, but before we do that, in every course video I will check in with what we have done to make sure we are remembering. So, what we should understand. What does anti mean? What does anti mean? And what are some different examples that start with these prefixes? Anti with an I means that it goes against. Anti with an E means that it happens before. Anti with the I has lots of examples. You have antibacterial, antiviral, anti-clockwise, anti-aircraft gun. Anti with an E has just a few examples. For example, you go to antenatal classes before you give birth. This is to make you aware of how to cope with a child and how to raise a child. This happens before the birth. It is antenatal. Doesn't mean it goes against the baby. So today we're looking at this, and this is a car. But in the old days, they would call it an automobile. So what does auto mean? Let's have a look. Auto comes from Greek and it means to happen by itself. It's become such part of an English language that lots of words now start with auto. For example, automobile, mobile means to be able to move, so auto means to happen by itself. So an automobile can move by itself. In times gone by, we had horses and carts and, they couldn't move without our direction. And now we have cars which can. Try and think of some. Which words start with auto? Pause the video. In these lessons, I'll give you some time to pause the video so you can action your English. Whenever you see the purple, pause the video. Think of some yourself. If you haven't paused the video, some examples I have include autobiography, autograph, autopilot, and automatic. Biography is a life story. So bio means life, a biography is a life story. Autobiographies are written by someone else, so they are the life story written by someone else. Graph is like a picture, it's a drawing, but writing is a drawing. So an autograph is a signature that celebrities give for all of their fans. It happens automatically. Pilot means to drive somewhere in a certain direction. You pilot a plane. So autopilot is something that you have on a plane. This means that the plane will drive itself. And automatic means that it happens by itself. You might have automatic doors. Those doors open by themselves. What ones did you think of? Take a moment, try and think of the ones you thought of and break those words down. If you don't want to take a moment, let's check in with what we should understand. So, what language does auto come from? And what does auto mean? What words begin with auto? And what is the meaning of autograph if you break it down into one word? into two different words, that should be. So auto comes from Greek. It has many uses. It means that it happens by itself. Some words that begin with auto could be automatic, autobiography, automobile, autograph. And an autograph is this piece, it's a writing. So graph basically is a drawing. If you draw a graph, it's a drawing. But we can also call what we write graphs. So we have homographs. These are words that have the same spelling but different meanings. Auto means that it happens by itself. So autographs are given by celebrities and they never change. They are the autographs. They happen automatically. And that is Unit 3. I hope you're enjoying the course so far. I will try and help you as much as possible throughout this 50-unit course, but do be sure to do some work for yourself as well. Go and check the words that you brainstormed earlier, and do have a look at the worksheets and handouts that are provided. In Unit 4, I will be going through the prefix by, which is a very nice and easy one to understand. I will see you in Unit 4. Bye-bye. Welcome to Unit 4, and today we are looking at by. So you might know some words that begin with by, but I wonder if you know what it means. Today we're going to jump straight into the meaning. So by comes from Latin and Greek, and it basically means two. It's a really simple one to understand. It means two. If you have cycle, cycle means to go around. By means two. So a bicycle has two wheels that can go around. It's a bit of genius, isn't it? So this is by. There are many, many words in the English language that have by, that begin with by. It basically lets us know that it is made of two things or has two things that are a part of it. Again, looking at this, we can see. How many wheels does it have? It has two. Those two wheels go around. That means it's a bicycle. If we have three wheels, it's called a tricycle. And we will look at tri later on in the course. Some other words that begin with by include biannual, bicycle, bilingual, bisexual. Biannual is a little bit of a tricky one. Biannual means it happens twice a year or once every 2 years. This is the silly thing about English. It means it happens either twice a year or once every 2 years. Either it happens biannually, which means that it's every 2 years, or it happens twice in 1 year. Annual means year. Bicycle means that it has two wheels, so the two wheels go around. Bilingual, linguist, and things to do with linguistics is language. So bilingual means that you know two languages. And bisexual, I'm sure you can guess it by now, means that you are interested in both sexes. So if you are a woman, you are interested in both men and women. If you are a man, you are interested in both men and women as well. That is bisexual. And here you can see a biplane. This plane we don't really see in the sky anymore, but the first planes had two wings. These were called biplanes. Take a moment, think about this for yourself. What words do you know that start with by? If you haven't paused the video, maybe you have and you're back now. You could have biplane, bi-monthly, bi-weekly. You do need to be careful with those timings because there's no set definition. If you have bi-weekly, it could mean that you have two every week or one every 2 weeks. So you need to be careful with that. That's one of the stupid facts about English. You could have bilingual. You could have bicentenary. This is 200 years. Go and take those words and break those down. Have a look at their history. See where they come from. So what we should understand. What does by mean? What does auto mean? What does anti mean? What does anti mean? Bi means two. If you're bisexual, that means you have two preferences. You like men and women. Auto means it happens by itself. Anti means that it goes against something. And anti with an E means that it happens before. And that is that. In Unit 5, we'll be looking at bio. I teach science in Vietnam as an English as a second language topic, so I really enjoy digging my teeth into the scientific prefixes because they do get used a lot. If you are trying to study academic English, understanding prefixes really helps. I will see you in Unit 5 for bio. Bye-bye. Welcome to Unit 5, and today we are looking at bio. I wonder if you know what this means. It's a really useful one to know. Before we look at that, let's check in with what we've done so far. So, what does a biplane mean? What is antenatal? What does the word autobiography mean? And what's an antibiotic? Biplane is a plane that has two wings. They were the first type of planes to fly. Antenatal, with an E, means that these happen before the birth. So you might go to antenatal classes before the birth of your child. Autobiography is a book written by someone else. And antibiotic is a medicine we take to kill the living things inside of our body, the bacteria inside of our body. Interestingly, those last two examples, autobiography and antibiotic, both have bio in them. So what does bio mean? Let's have a look. Bio comes from Greek and it means life. It basically is used with lots of scientific words and it's to do with living things and life. For example, bio means life, logy is the study of. That's a suffix that we will look at the end of this course. So biology is one of the three areas of science. So biology looks at living things. I have a course on biology, by the way, if you are interested in learning some science in English. With biology, we might have a look at this, and these are living things, and it helps us to understand ourselves. So some examples could be biology, biography, biological, and biosphere. Biology is the study of life. Logy means study. Biography is the life story of a person, and if it is a book, it is written by the person themselves. For example, very quickly, if President Obama has an autobiography, that is written by someone else. If Obama had a biography, that would be written by him. Biological is related to life, and biosphere, this is an interesting one that you should understand. Sphere means Earth. Biosphere means life on Earth. Take a moment and think about some words that begin with bio. Pause the video. Anytime you see purple on this video, do pause the time and have a think for yourself. If you haven't paused the video, I gave you a few examples at the beginning. If you did pause the video, please go and check those words that you thought of by yourself and look on the meanings and the derivations of what they are. Derivations means where the word comes from. Google is perfect for this. If you type the word in and put meaning, then you'll get the definition from Google, and then you click the arrow below that and it will tell you which languages it came from and how it came to be. Got to love Google most days, not always. Let's check in with what we should understand. So, what does bio mean? What does biology mean? What's the difference between bi and bio? And what does anti-clockwise mean? Anti-clockwise comes from the first unit, just to make sure you're remembering. Bio means life or living things. Biology means the study of living things, the study of life. The difference between bi and bio is pretty standard. Bi means two, bio means life, and anti-clockwise means that the direction you are traveling is not the same direction as a clock goes. It means you're going in the opposite direction. You're going against the direction of a clock. If there is anything that I went over there too quickly, please do rewind the video, or you can send me a message on the course page. Please make sure to sign into the course page and ask any questions that you have there. I am here to help you. That's Unit 5. I will see you in Unit 6 and we'll be looking at co. Have an awesome day. Bye-bye. Welcome to Unit 6. We're having a look at co. It's a very popular prefix. Before we look at that, let's jump back into what we have done so far. So, what we should understand. What's the difference between bi and bio? What's the difference between anti and anti? What is biology and what is the biosphere? Bi means to, bio means life. Anti with an I means to go against. Anti with an E means to happen before. Biology is the study of life, and in this context, sphere is the Earth. So the biosphere is the living things on Earth. This is the animals and plants that are alive on Earth. Today we're looking at co, and this comes from Latin. It basically means to do something together. Now, you need to be careful with English using hyphens. I'm not a big fan of hyphens. I think they're outdated. That means that I think they're old. But usually, what I would say is that we often don't use hyphens unless it is paired with another subject noun. For example, if you are in a TV show and you are the star, the person who is not the big star would be the co-star, and that would be using a hyphen just to clear it up and clarify who they are. It gets quite complicated with hyphens. I wouldn't use them that often, but with a subject noun I would. Which words begin with co? Take a moment, brainstorm some. If you haven't paused the video, or you have and you are back now, some ones that we might have include cooperate. Cooperate is where you join with other people and you do things together. Other ones might include co-chair, co-conspirator, and co-star. Recognize that these are all subject nouns, so we would then use a hyphen. Cooperate means to work with someone to complete something. If you operate, it means to do something. So cooperate means to do something together. Chair in this example is a subject noun and it's a person, so it's the person who's in charge of the meeting. So a co-chair is someone who's jointly in charge of a meeting. Conspirator in law is someone who is jointly accused of a crime. They are called a co-conspirator. And last but not least, co-star. If you are in a TV show, this is the star. The person who is not the main star is a co-star. I would say that unless it's a subject noun, avoid the hyphen in this example. I think hyphens are becoming outdated, but you might see words written with hyphens. And that's today. Let's have a look at what we know. So, what we should understand. What does co mean? When do we use hyphens with co? What does auto mean? And what does the word autobiography mean? So, co means that we do something together. I would be careful using hyphens. Definitely always use them if you're talking about a person, a subject, a noun. Be careful using it with other adjectives or verbs. Auto means to do it by itself, so it happens by itself. So autobiography is a biography, is a book written by someone else because you don't have to do it. It happens by itself. It's written by someone else. I'm just thinking about hyphens. Hyphens, there are no easy answers. A long time ago, hyphens were used a lot. If we look at email, email used to be called electronic mail. And the email first had a hyphen, so you would have e-mail. But nowadays we just say email without the hyphen. Hyphens are becoming outdated. There are times when we use them, so you do need to be careful, but there's no rule that I can really give you. Hyphens are just falling out of the English use of grammar. That's today. I'll see you in Unit 7, and we'll be looking at D. Bye-bye. We're in Unit 7 and we're going to have a look at the prefix D and see what that means. There are lots of words that begin with D or have D added to them, and it's a basic reason why, and I'll tell you why in a moment. Before we do that, let's look at what we should understand so far. When do we usually use a hyphen with co? What are 3 words that begin with co? What are 3 words that begin with bio? And what are 3 words that begin with bi? So we would usually use a hyphen with co when it goes with another subject noun, with another subject. So some 3 words could be co-chair, co-star, and co-conspirator. All of these would have a hyphen because you are adjoining that person to the team of people. 3 words that begin with bio could be biology, biosphere, or biological. And 3 words that begin with bi could be biplane, bipolar, bisexual. So, we're moving into D. D is Latin, and D means to reverse something or to take something away completely. So, when you have D, D is to reverse something. Now, be careful. Don't think that all words with D come from Latin. So words like delay, that's not the prefix, that's another word from another language. So be careful with that. Don't get too confused with it. When we have defrost, frost means to have ice or freeze something. So defrost means to take the ice away. And let's have a look at some others. Decompose, defrost, deconstruct, dehumidify. Decompose, compose means to create or make something. So decompose means to break something down or uncreate it. Frost is to freeze something, so to defrost means to unfreeze it. Construct means to build something. You construct a house. So to deconstruct a house, you would start to take the house down. And humid is when you have this warm, damp, wet weather. This is humid. It's warm and it's wet. So humidify means to make it warm and wet. Dehumidify means to make it normal, to make it cool and to take the humidity out of the air. You get dehumidifying machines. These take the humidity out of the air. Take a moment, think of some yourselves. What other words begin with D? And do be careful, not all words that start with D come from the prefix. So be careful. Perhaps go and have a look at them in the dictionary and see where you can find them coming from. If you haven't paused the video, or you have and you've gone and checked these out for yourself, then we'll have a look at what we should understand so far. What does the prefix D mean? What does defrost mean? What does deconstruct mean? And what does dehumidify mean? So D means to reverse something or to remove something completely. Defrost means to take the frost away. For example, if you have a refrigerator, a fridge freezer, you need to defrost it. You need to take the ice out, you need to defrost it. Construct means to make something, so to deconstruct something means to take it down piece by piece. You're going to deconstruct it. And humid means to be warm and wet, so dehumidify, is to make something cool and dry. And that is D. When I do these videos, I do try and give you as much as I can from my side of things. It will really help you to action your English. So when I give you those brainstorms, do go away, do have a look for yourself, pause the video, take 5 minutes, go on Google and check what some words begin with D, or get your dictionary out. In Unit 8, we will be having a look at dis. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to Unit 8 of this 52 unit course. Today we are looking at dis. Now we've done really well so far, so I just want to run straight into this lesson. Dis is a Latin or French word, and it means that it's going to have a negative impact on something, and it's going to pull something away. Using hyphens, they used to be popular, but we don't usually use them anymore. When you are reading English books or English words, you might see that sometimes you have disadvantage with a hyphen. But today, we can just write it without a hyphen. Don't worry about using a hyphen too much. Take a moment. I've given you one example there, and that is disable. What words begin with the prefix dis? Can you think of any words right now? Take a moment. This is purple, so pause the video. Try and think of some words that begin with dis. If you haven't paused the video, or if you have and you're back now, there are lots. We could have dislike. For example, when we look at Facebook, you got the like button. If you don't like something, if you want to remove your like, you dislike it. Other examples could include disappear, disagree, and dishonest. So, dislike means to not like something. When you like something, you feel good about it, you like it. So to dislike something means you don't feel good about it. Appear means that you are to be seen. So disappear means that someone can't be seen. Agree means that you have the same opinion as someone. So disagree means that you don't agree with them at all. You don't agree with what they say. You don't like their opinion. And honest means to tell the truth. So if someone is dishonest, that means that they don't tell the truth. Or if you are dishonest, you don't tell the truth. So that's a quick one. What we should understand. What does dis mean? Which languages does dis come from? What does the prefix d mean? And what language does d come from? So, dis means that it removes something, and takes away. So, disadvantage means that you don't have the advantage anymore. You don't have the advantage. It comes from Old French, comes from French and Latin. So many words that we put with dis are of the Latin language. D means to remove or to take something away. D also comes from Latin. So it's quite hard to know which one is which to use. But sometimes we would use the verbs with dis, or an adjective. So honest is an adjective. So dishonest is the adjective of the negative form. That's Unit 8. And I will see you in Unit 9. We'll look at n or Quick unit for us today. Go and have a look at some words that begin with dis. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to Unit 9. Today we're looking at un or m. I hope you're enjoying the course so far. If you are enjoying the course, please do be sure to leave me a review after you have completed this lesson. But first, let's check what we know so far. So, what we should understand. What does the prefix anti mean? What does the prefix anti with an e mean? What does the prefix d mean? And what does dis mean? So anti means to go against. Anti with an e means to happen before. D means to make something negative or to remove something. And dis has quite the same meaning. So dis means to remove something or to make it negative as well. It's quite hard to find the complete differences there. Un or is Latin, and it means to give more, to put into, or to bring something to something. So it's often used with nouns and we use it to create verbs. Sometimes we add it to adjectives to make verbs, but often it is used for nouns. For example, power is a noun. To empower someone is to give them power. So this is now a verb. So to give you other examples, we have empower, enrage, envision, or embed. Empower means to give someone power, means to give them the power. Enrage means to make them angry. Rage is angry, so to enrage is to give them anger. Vision is to see something, so to envision means to see something now or in the future. And bed is to put something in, so embed means to put something in or fix it in. You embed a link in the website. This guy is angry. So what one would you say he is? He's enraged. He's angry. He's got rage inside of him. You've made him enraged. Take some time. What are some words that begin with N or on or M or Check if they're nouns, verbs or adjectives. By understanding the grammar, this will help you a lot more. Take a moment. If you have paused the video or you didn't want to and you're back now, so we have enrage, we have empower, we have encore, which is the after the end of a show. If a comedian or a musician comes back out, that is called the encore. And that's today. Go and look at the ones you wrote down and see if you can find out their beginnings. Before that, what we should understand. What does N or mean? What does empower mean? What does envision mean? And what other words have you found with N or So N or means to give something. It needs to give something and give the thing power or to give it the ability to do something. So empower means to give them power. Power is the noun. Empower becomes a verb. Vision means that you see something. Visual, vision. So envision means that you can see it in your brain. You dream about it. You think about it. And some other words that you thought of, I don't know. I can't have a two-way conversation with you through this, unfortunately. But hopefully you did pause the video and you know where the words come from and what they mean and why they are the way they are. Really do take some time with this course. Action your English. That's today. If you are enjoying this course, please do leave a review on the course page. It does mean a lot to me. It helps me to understand what I could do differently in the future, and it helps me to understand, if you are enjoying it. And I really do hope you are. If you have any questions, please do leave a question on the course page. In Unit 10, we'll be looking at Fore, and I will see you there. Bye-bye. Welcome to Unit 10. Today we're going to have a look at Fore. This is a prefix that doesn't get used that much in English, but when it does, you should be aware of what it means. Before we have a look at that, let's have a look at what we know so far. So, what does biology mean? What does disable mean? What does defrost mean? And what does empower mean? Biology, break the word. Bio means life. Logy is a suffix we will do together, and that means study, so it's the study of living things. Disable means that it doesn't have the ability to do something. So disable the alarm means that the alarm can't work. Defrost means that you take the ice, the hardness, the coldness away from it. And empower means that you give it power. Today we're looking at Fore, and this comes from Old English. So it doesn't happen with lots of English words, but it does have lots of uses in English that you should be aware of. It means to happen before something or to happen in front of something. Basically, because of the different languages that English is made up of, it doesn't always carry the prefix meaning, but you should be aware. Some examples include forefather and forehead. For example, if you see this picture here, we have a head. The top of the head, below the hair, but above the eyes is called your forehead. It's used in football a lot. So you're going to have your forehead, you forehead the football, you head the ball with your forehead. Some examples include forefather, forehead, forecast, and forehand. So a forefather is someone who came before your generation. This happens in America. They talk about their forefathers a lot. These are the fathers of the nation. These are the forefathers of their country. So Benjamin Franklin is one of the forefathers. Forehead is the top of your head, not the top of your skull, but the top of your head below your hair. Forecast is to see the weather, so you have a weather forecast. And forehand is used in tennis. So you have a backhand when you hit across your body, and a forehand when you hit with your body open. This is a forehand. What other words can you think of that start with the prefix for? Take a moment, pause the video. There's not a lot. Forecast is one of my favourites. That gets used every day. Forehead you should be aware of because it's part of your body. It's just above your eyes but below your hair. And forehand is used in tennis, so if you like sports, you should be aware of that as well. So, what we should understand. What does the prefix for mean? Where is your forehead? Who are the America's forefathers? And what is a weather forecast? So, for means to happen before something or in front of something. Forehand is used in tennis. This is your body open and your forehand is going to hit the tennis ball with your body open. America's forefathers are the founders. They are the ones who founded America. Benjamin Franklin is one of the famous ones. And a weather forecast is what is predicted to happen. So it's going to go into the future and it's going to look at what happens. It's going to go first. It's the forecast. That's today. A quick unit. For is not used that often, but you should be aware of what it means. It comes from Old English, so it's not used that often. Unit 11, we're going to look at homo and hetero. You might be aware of what homo means. It has a couple of different uses. I'll see you there. Have an amazing day. Bye-bye. Welcome to Unit 11. We're looking at homo and hetero. Homo has a Latin meaning and a Greek meaning, and we will have a look at both of those today. Hetero comes from Greek. Before we look at that, what we should understand so far. What does the prefix bi mean? What does co mean? When do we use a hyphen with co? And what does the prefix for mean? Bi means to. Co means to do something together or with someone. We would use a hyphen when we are joining the word with another word that maybe has the same letters. So cooperate, you would need to have that a hyphen there, cooperate. And the prefix for means to come before. So it's the first part of something. So you have your forehead, which is at the top of your head, and your forearm, which is at the bottom of your arm of your hand. We're looking at homo. Homo comes from Greek. There is a Latin one. Latin is to do with man. The Greek version means same or equal to. So from the Greek language it means the same. In the Latin version it means man. You can also have hetero, which means different. And we'll come to what they can be used for later. Being used as a prefix, you might think of Homo sapiens. For example, we are Homo sapiens. We are descended from Neanderthals. We are descended from monkeys. Other words that we might have include homophone, homograph, homosexual, and heterosexual. Phone is something to do with sound. If you have a phone, you use it for sound. So homophone is a word that has the same sound, but it's another spelling. So there and there. Homograph, graph is like a drawing. So words are drawings. Homograph is a word that has the same spellings. So we have right and right. Homosexuals are people who prefer to, or are inclined to love people of their own gender, their own birth gender. And heterosexuals are people who are attracted to different genders. So heterosexuals, the man would love a woman, the woman would love a man. In homosexuals, the woman would love the woman and a man would love a man. Take a few moments. Try and think of a few other words that begin with homo. Brainstorm. If you can't think of any, there are a few. There's homo sapien, homosexual, homograph, homophone, heterosexual. And what we don't do usually in these is I give you 2 brainstorms. Now I'd like you to pause the video and think of some homophones and some homographs. So homophone is when they have the same spelling. No, they don't. They have the same sound, excuse me. And homograph is when they have the same spelling. So same sound could be there and there. Or saw, I saw the bird. Or saw, my foot is sore. Homograph could be can and can. I can go to the beach. I will drink my can of Coke. So these are homographs and homophones. Take a moment, pause the video, try and think of some yourself. There's no rush. Once you understand homographs and homophones, things do become easier actually in English. If you haven't paused the video, then we'll move on to the end of the course unit. So, what we should understand. What does the prefix homo mean? What does hetero mean? What does homosexual mean? And what does heterosexual mean? The prefix homo means the same in Greek. In Latin, it means man. Heterosexual means different. So when we have heterosexuals, they usually are going for the member of the different sex, the opposite sex. So a homosexual is someone who is attracted to a member of the same sex. A heterosexual is someone who is attracted to a member of the different sex. And that is that. Homo is used quite a lot in the sciences, mathematics. In everyday English, we don't use it that much as far as I can remember. Lots of Greek words tend to be part of the sciences. So try and think of what you found yourself and go back to your list of homophones and homographs as well. I will see you in Unit 12, and that is going to be hydro. Look at what that is before you come along to the unit. See you then. Bye-bye. We're heading into Unit 12, and today we're looking at hydro. Some of you might be aware of what this means. This is related to water. Before we have a look at hydro and the words that go with it, what we should understand so far. What's the difference between homo and hetero? What's the difference between anti and anti? What is an example of a homograph? And what's an example of a homophone? So the difference between homo and hetero. Homo means the same, hetero means different. The difference between anti and anti. Anti with I means to go against. Anti with an E means to happen before. An example of a homograph could be right. You turn right or you answer the question right. And an example of a homophone could be there and there. Today we're looking at hydro, and the simple answer to this is it's related to water. In science, in chemistry, hydro could also mean that it's related to hydrogen. So you have hydrocarbons, these are related to hydrogen. That has its basics in water. So hydro means that it's related to water. Maybe you will use a hyphen, but again, we don't usually use hyphens in this day and age. Basically, if it's joining another vowel, maybe added a hyphen in, but wouldn't worry too much about having hyphens. I think most people are quite happy to read the words nowadays. Some examples include hydropower, hydroelectric, hydrology, and hydrophobic. So hydropower is when we get power, electricity, from water. So we build a dam and we get some water. I'll show you a picture in a moment. Hydroelectric is a machine that uses water to create energy. Hydrology, logy is the study. So hydrology is the study of water, and phobic means that it is afraid of in the everyday English, but in science it means it doesn't mix. So hydrophobic means it doesn't mix with water. In this example, you can see there's a big structure, a big building. This is called a dam. The dam stops the water. The water has something called kinetic energy. That kinetic energy in the water is going to spin a turbine. That turbine is going to spin a generator, and that is going to make hydroelectric power. It's genius, isn't it? If you are interested in that, have a look at my physics course, which you can find on my instructor profile. We do a lot of renewable energy in that course. Take a moment, see if you can think of some words that begin with hydro. What words begin with hydro? Pause the video. If you haven't paused the video, some words might be hydrology, hydroelectric, hydrophobic, hydrophobe, if that is you, you don't like water. There's quite a few out there. Most of them are related to the sciences again. So that is that, a hydrologist, someone who studies. So what we should understand. What does hydro mean? How do we make hydroelectricity? What do we call the study of water? What does the suffix logy mean? Hydro means water. We make hydroelectricity by taking the energy out of the water, the kinetic energy, this energy that is the movement energy, and we turn it into hydroelectricity by using the water's movement and spinning a turbine. We call the study of water hydrology, and that is because the suffix logy means study. So hydrology is the study of water. And that is Unit 12. We're going to be moving into Unit 13 and we will be looking at inter. If you are interested in this course, in this unit, please do have a look at my author profile. I do have some good science lessons for you on my instructor page there. Have a good look. That's today, that's this lesson, and I'll see you next lesson. Bye-bye. We're on Unit 13 and we are looking at inter. Now, unlike hydro and homo, the inter has a few more uses in everyday English. Before we have a look at those, let's check in with what we've done in the course. I do this all the time. What does the prefix hydro mean? What do we call someone who doesn't like water? What do we call electricity that is made using water? What does the prefix for mean? So, hydro means water. Someone who doesn't like water is a hydrophobe or hydrophobic. We will do the suffixes phobic and phobe at the end of this course. It's Unit 50. We call electricity made using water hydroelectricity or hydropower. And the prefix for means that it comes before something. It is the beginning or the first of something. Today we have inter. Inter comes from Latin and French, and it usually is used for things that come between or among or together of things. So it's used to help us know when things are being done together. For example, a nation is a country, so the adjective is national, that is a country. International means that it is lots of countries together. That helps us to understand that it's lots of countries working together. In space, we have this. This is the International Space Station. You know by its name, the International Space Station, that lots of countries are working on it together. That is one of the helpful advantages of using inter. It helps us to know when countries are cooperating together. Take a moment. What are some words that start with the prefix inter? Pause the video, have a think. If you haven't paused the video, there are lots. We have international, we have interdepartmental, which is quite a big word. We have interchange and we have interact. International is when many countries join together. Interdepartmental, in your business, in your school or business or company, there will be departments. Those departments might be HR or sales or marketing. Those are the departments. When you have a meeting, you would have an interdepartmental meeting. That means that the sales and the marketing and the HR teams join together. Change means to swap, so interchange is a place where you swap, it's the meeting point. And act means to do something, so interact means to do something with someone else. You are interacting with someone else. Take a moment, have a look at the words that you wrote down. Have a look at what you came up with for words that come with inter, and see if you can go and research their meanings as well. This course works very well for those that really want to action their English. I'm here to help you and to give you as much as I can through this medium, but I cannot be there to force feed you everything. So go and research what you wrote yourself. So, what we should understand. What does inter mean? Which languages does inter come from? What are 3 words that start with inter? And what do these 3 words mean? Inter means that something is being done together. It comes from Latin and French, which means we use it in lots of different occasions, lots of different ways. 3 words could be international, interchange, and interact. So national is the adjective for nation. Nation is a country. So when you have international, it's lots of countries working together. Interchange, change means to swap or to do something differently. So interchange is where you go onto a different road. This is an interchange. You might have a motorway or a highway interchange. And act means to do something. So interact means to do something with someone else. And that's Unit 13. Lucky for some, unlucky for others. If you have any questions on Unit 13, you can come and find me on the course page. And whilst you're there, please do leave a review. It does mean the world to me and helps students who are thinking about doing this course make up their mind. Unit 14, we will look at micro and another word which is macro. See you then. Have a great day. We're in Unit 14 and we are having a look at micro and the word macro, as macro is the opposite of micro. Micro gets used a lot, so you will be aware of what it means, but you might have a misunderstanding of what it means, so let's have a look at that. Before we do, let's check in with what we should understand. What does international mean? What does homosexual mean? What does forehead mean? And how many wings does a biplane have? So, international means that it's a lot of countries working together. Homosexual means that they are attracted to people of their own gender, of their own sex. Forehead is the top of not the skull, but before your hair. This is your forehead. Between your eyebrows and your hair is your forehead. This is the first part of your head if something was to hit your head moving forward. And a biplane has 2 wings. Bi means 2. Today we're looking at micro. This comes from Greek and it means related to small or tiny. Be careful with this one. Sometimes in the old days they would use hyphens, especially if it's a vowel joining the word. But as a science teacher, I can tell you, you don't really need the hyphens anymore, but you might still see it. It's a Greek word, so it's often used in the sciences. And let's have a look at some that we know already or that I'm going to have a look at with you now. So we have microwave. A microwave is something that uses waves, these physics waves, electromagnetic waves, that heat food. So they are small waves, they are microwaves. We have microscope. This is a machine that looks at tiny things. So the microscope is not tiny, but it looks at tiny things. Organism is a living thing. So microorganism is a tiny living thing. And macro means big. So macroeconomics is the economics, the economy focus, looking at the big picture, looking at the world or looking at a country. This is macroeconomics. Microeconomics might look at small city economics or town economics. So macro means huge and micro means tiny. It doesn't always mean that the thing is huge or tiny. For example, this is a microscope, and the microscope looks at tiny things. So the microscope is not tiny itself, but its job is to look at tiny things. Take a moment. Pause the video. What other words begin with micro? If you haven't paused the video, you might have microphone, microwave, microscope, microorganism, microeconomics. There's quite a few that we could have a look at. Microsoft. Microsoft is one of the most famous businesses in the world. It's tiny software. It goes on your PC. And that's today. Go and look at what you wrote down in your brainstorm and see what you can find out for yourself. So, what we should understand. What does the prefix micro mean? What does macro mean? What is a microorganism? And when might you use a hyphen? So, micro means that it's related to tiny. Macro means that it's huge. A microorganism is a tiny living thing. I've written it with a hyphen here. You can or you can't use hyphens. I can't really explain to you this enough. Hyphens are becoming outdated in English, and you will see them used less and less. When you might want to use one is if it's joining another vowel of the same letter, so another O. So that just helps you to read it a little bit faster. But it's not a rule. And that is that. That's Unit 14. We're moving into Unit 15. And we'll be looking at mid. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the middle. See you there. Bye. We're in Unit 15, and we're looking at mid. Mid is quite a simple one to understand, so this is going to be quite a quick unit, quite a quick video. As always, let's make sure we're remembering what we've done so far. So, what is a prefix? When should we use a hyphen? What does micro mean? What does macro mean? A prefix goes at the beginning of a word. It helps us to understand a word better. It has an assigned meaning. Hyphens are becoming outdated, but you might want to use them when you're connecting two words together that start with the same letter or have the same letter when they're joined. Micro means related to tiny, and macro means huge. Today we're looking at mid, and mid is a word or prefix that comes from German, and it means the middle of something, the center part. It's used in English quite freely, and it's easy to understand. It's something you might actually want to use a hyphen for. Not always, just sometimes. It just helps you to read something better. So that's mid. Mid is like middle. The middle is the center part of something. Take a moment and think about words that start with the prefix mid. Take a moment to brainstorm. Pause the video. Write down any that you can think of yourself, and then I'll go into some with you. So, if you haven't paused the video, or you have and you're back now, one of the words you might think of is midday or midnight. So typically the daytime would last from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So midday would be 12 p.m. The night would therefore last from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. So midnight would be 12 a.m. So that would be the middle of the night and the middle of the day. Other words that we might have include midfield, midweek, and mid-range. So midday is the middle of the day, quite simple to understand. Midfield is someone who plays in the middle of the field, or it's the place, the middle of the field. So if you have football, you have a midfielder. They play in the middle of the field. Midweek, it's the middle of the week. And mid-range, it's neither cheap nor expensive. It's the middle of the range. It's not your premium product and it's not your cheap product. It's mid of the range. It's mid-range. You might use a hyphen with midpoint. That's just going to clear up and clarify when something is as well. But usually you wouldn't use hyphens. So, what we should understand. What does the prefix mid mean? What do we call the middle of the day? What do we call the middle of the night? And what do we call the middle of the week? It's a simple lesson today. So mid means middle, centre, something in between something. The middle of the day would be called midday. The middle of the night would be called midnight. And the middle of the week would be called midweek. You could have mid-month, mid-year. It's really as simple as that. Try and think of some yourself. This could be quite an informal prefix to you, so you could probably add it to some words that actually aren't in the dictionary, and most English speakers would understand you. But don't do that in your online tests or in your international exams, please. And I will see you in Unit 16. We'll be looking at miss. See you then. Today we are looking at miss. This is Unit 16, and we're going to check in with how to use this prefix. Before that, let's check in with what we've done on this course so far. So, what are some popular prefixes we use every day? What does the prefix for mean? What does the prefix inter mean? And what does mid mean? So some popular ones we use every day could be anti, auto, inter, and mid. They're some of the most popular ones that we use every day. For is the first part of something, so you have your forehead. If you walk into a door, you'll hit it with your forehead because that's the first part of your head. Inter means that it's done together, and mid means it's the center part. Today we're looking at miss. Miss comes from German, Latin and French, so we use it in lots of English. It joins with lots of words of those origins. It basically means that something is wrong or bad. It's not suitable, it's negative. It's added to nouns, adjectives, verbs. It's a very versatile, it's a very interesting word that we can use in lots of different ways. For example, we could have misinformation. We could have misidentify, we could have misbehave, we could have mislead. So misinformation, information is something that gives us facts. So misinformation is something that gives us the wrong facts. Identify means to find out who someone is, to know who someone is. So misidentify means to do that wrongly. Behave means to do something in the correct manner. So misbehave is when you don't have the correct behavior. And lead means to give someone the wrong idea or take them in the wrong direction. So when you lead someone, lead is a big word. You can lead them physically or you can lead their brains. So lead, mislead is to mislead them on a journey or to mislead their thoughts. What other words start with miss? Take some time and brainstorm. If you haven't paused the video, or you have and you're back now, there are lots. We could say that you misjudge someone, we could say that you misunderstand or misunderstood, we could say that you're misled, mismanaged. So there's lots that we could do there. Go and break down the words that you thought of yourself and go and look at their derivations. Look at which languages they come from and what they truly mean. So, what we should understand. What does the prefix miss mean? What does misunderstand mean? What is misinformation and what does mislead mean? Miss means to do something wrongly. It's negative. So if you understand something, it means that you, in your brain, you know what to do. So to misunderstand is that your brain doesn't take in the information properly, or it doesn't put the information forward properly. Misinformation, information are facts and figures and things like that. So misinformation is to give you the wrong news or facts. And lead means to take you somewhere, either your brain or your body. So if they mislead you, they may take you on the wrong journey, the wrong route, or if they are talking about your brain, they might give you the wrong information. They might mislead you by telling you something that's not true. This is misleading. And that is miss. something that we use a lot because it comes from German, Latin, and French, so it goes with a lot of English words. I will see you in Unit 17. We'll be having a look at non. Bye-bye. Welcome to Unit 17. I hope you're having a nice day. Today we're going to be looking at non. This is quite a simple one to understand, so hopefully we'll be able to get through this unit quite quickly. Before we jump into that, let's see what we know. So, tell me a word that starts with auto. Tell me a word that starts with bio. What starts with co? And what starts with D? Auto, you could have automobile, automatic. Bio could be biology, biological. Co could be cooperate, codependent. D could be deconstruct, delegitimize. There's lots out there. Today we're looking at non, and non means that it's not equal to. So when we have non, it comes from Latin, and it shows that something is not there. It doesn't have something. In British English, usually the hyphen would be used. In American English, it would be dropped. That means that in British English, you will have to think about using the hyphen. The hyphen is a bit of a minefield, as we say. We're not really sure when to use it, but just see where it goes. Take a moment and think for yourself. What do you know already? What words begin with non? Brainstorm. See what you know already. If you haven't paused the video, and you're back now, and if you have, we could have non-payment, non-essential, nondescript, and non-stop. Payment is when you give money. So non-payment is when the money is not given. Essential is when something is required and needed. So non-essential means that it's not needed. Descript is describing. So if you talk about someone, that is descript. So nondescript would say that they don't have any identifying features. You can't describe them. They're nondescript. And stop means to stop going, to stop moving. So non-stop means that you stop moving. You get that a lot on transport. You have non-stop trains. What other ones did you think of? Go and break down what their meanings are. As I've said before, and I will continue to say during this course, I will do as much for you as I can by answering your questions on the course page and making these videos. But you really do need to take responsibility and go and find the derivations. Go and find where the words come from and how you would break the words down. Because once you break down the word, English becomes a lot less scary. I promise you. It's still a little bit stupid. What we should understand so far. What does non mean? What does non-payment mean? What's non-essential? And when we use a hyphen with non? Non means that it doesn't have. There's an absence of something. So non-payment means that you have not paid. Non-essential means that you don't need it. And we might use a hyphen in British English, and you might drop it in American English. I've written it in American English, but as a British man, I can tell you that actually we would use a hyphen quite a lot with non, which is strange because I keep saying, and I do believe this, that the hyphen is becoming outdated, but with non, I would tend to use a hyphen because it disconnects the words from each other, and you know that it's going to be the negative form of the main word. So payment, you know, is the aim of the writing of the word. Non-payment just tells you it's negative, so you just put a hyphen with it just so you disconnect it. Anyway, we're not from Cambridge. We don't make the rules. We just live by them. And that's Unit 17. Unit 18 is over, and I'll see you over there. Bye-bye. We're in Unit 18. We're about a third of the way through the course and over halfway through our prefixes. I've given more prefixes to this course than suffixes. Today we're looking at over. It's a word by itself, but it's also a prefix. What we should understand so far. What's the difference between anti and anti? What's the difference between homo and hetero? What's the difference between micro and macro? And what does non mean? So anti with an I means that it goes against. Anti with an E means it happens before. Homo means the same and hetero means different. Micro means tiny. Macro means huge. And non means that it doesn't have something. Today we are going to have a look at over. And this finds its way into the English language by many, many different ways. And for that reason, you can use it with lots and lots of different words. Basically, it means that it's over something, it covers something, at the top of something, you're traveling by somewhere. It's got so many different ways of using it, it's almost hard to define, but I'll try my hardest to help. So try and think of going over it. Go over what you think over means. This is a hard prefix. So we've got radio, and this radio, you might overhear something on the radio. The radio waves might travel over the airwaves. So over means to go over something or to do something via something. Try and think of some words before I give you my examples. Try and think of what you know already. What words start with over? Brainstorm some. Think of them, pause the video, and see what you know already. We know we've got overheard. What else do we have? You could have overseen, which is when you see something. You oversee something, or you, in the past tense, overseen it. Overhear, which is the present tense, or overheard, which is the past tense. You could have overboard, overtake, overreact, and overweight. Overboard, if you're on a ship, you're on board a ship. So if you go out of the ship into the water, you will go overboard. Overtake means to go in front of, go over the vehicle in front of you. To react to something is to do something because of an action. So overreact is to go too far because of it. And overweight means that you've got too much weight on you. You're not a healthy weight. You're not obese, but you're overweight. So, try and think of the ones you thought of. Break those down. See what you came up with. There are so many different ones, it actually makes it more difficult to explain what it is. What we should understand so far, we have where over comes from is German, Dutch, Latin and French. Some different ways to use over could be to go over something in terms of the literal definition. It could be to go in front of something. It could be to do something by traveling. Overreact means that you go too far in your reaction. You are going too far in how you act. Overweight means that you have too much weight on you. And that's today. That's this lesson. Go and take a look at the ones you wrote down and see if you can find out where they come from. That's Unit 18. I'll see you in Unit 19 for photos. And it's not the ones we get from a camera. See you there. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome back to Unit 19 of our Prefix and Suffix course. Today, or this lesson I should say, we're having a look at Unit 19 and the word is photo. Before we jump into that, what we should understand so far. What is hydroelectricity? Where is your forehead? What is biology? And how many wheels does a bicycle have? So, hydroelectricity is electricity made using water. Remember, hydro means water. Your forehead is the top of your head, where just before your hairline. This is the front of your head, the first part of your head. Biology is the study of living things, and a bicycle has two wheels. We have bi. Bi means two. Today we're looking at photo, and this is a word you'll be aware of already. This has a meaning in English that we have given it, and this means that it is a photograph. But the prefix comes from Greek, and that means that it's related to light. This is sunlight. The prefix is common now for photograph, but it doesn't always mean that it is a photograph. Some words that you may be aware of or not sure of yet, but here we go. We have photograph, photocopy, photosensitive, and photosynthesis. The first two are easy. Photo and graph. When we have photo, photo means light and graph is a drawing. So a photograph is a drawing made using light. Copy means to make again. So photocopy is made using light. Photosensitive is a little bit harder. Sensitive and sensitivity means that you have a bad reaction to it. So photosensitive means you have a bad reaction to light. And photosynthesis, synthesis means put together. So photosynthesis means that it is how plants make their energy. If you look at this drawing here, the plant will use its leaves, and within those leaves we have chlorophyll, which will use sunlight, carbon dioxide, and water, as well as nutrients and chlorophyll. I would like you to take 20 seconds, have a little brainstorm, have a little think. What other words begin with photo? This prefix is quite common, but not as common as some of the other ones, so it might be a bit harder. Maybe go on Google and check out some words. We could have photographer, which is the photograph, and then you add er as a suffix at the end, and that makes the person who takes the photos. You could have photograph itself. So that is photo. What language does the prefix photo come from? What does the prefix photo mean? What does photograph mean? And what does photosynthesis mean? So, photo comes from the Greek language. It means related to light, especially sunlight. Photograph, graph means drawing, and photo means light. So it's a drawing made using light. We use a camera that takes a photo drawing for us, and it's a light drawing for us, and it's a photograph. And photosynthesis is how plants make their energy. Photo means light, synthesis means put together. So photosynthesis is how plants make their energy. And that is Unit 19. The prefix is photo. Unit 20 is post. And I will see you there. Make sure you keep up to date with the worksheets. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Hello, it's Unit 20, and we're having a look at post. Post has a meaning already. It's mail. But in prefix terms, post has another meaning. Before we have a look at what that is, let's have a look at what we know so far. What does the prefix dis mean? What does on or m mean? What does non mean? And what does photo mean? So dis will go against or opposing to. N and M will mean to give extra, you empower something. Non means that it is not something, so it's non-metal, so it's not metal. And photo means it is related to light. Now, as I said at the beginning, we are going to have a look at post. Post comes from English and from Latin. It has a meaning. Its meaning is that it's mail that you receive. This is post that we receive. We might want to post something. But the prefix means that it's happening after something has occurred. This can get a little complicated, so you do want to use a hyphen most of the time, I would say. For example, post-war means that it happens after the war. Post-war could mean that it's a post-war, a postal war involving post offices. So you need to be careful and check your hyphens. If in doubt, use a hyphen. Modern times, we don't use that many hyphens, but if in doubt, try and have a look at it. So we have postgraduate, post-mortem, post-season, and postscript, which you'll all know for PS. Postgraduate is someone who has already graduated university. They've been to university, they've graduated, and now they are a postgraduate. Post-mortem means that it is an examination after you die to see how someone has died. Post-mortem means that they are dead. So a post-mortem is an examination of how they died and what killed them. Post-season might be that it's after the season has finished. This might occur in sports. So football post-season means that after the season, they are playing different games after the season. And then you could have pre-season as well, which we'll do in the next unit. And postscript means that it happens after the script has been written. So PS means postscript. After we have written something, what else do we want to write? Take a few moments, pause the video. What else begins with post? And do you need to use a hyphen with it? There's lots out there. Post is very popular, as is the next one, which is pre. So do think about whether you want to use post in your English vocabulary more. For example, you could have post-war. In the post-war years, in the years after the war. But be careful, if you don't have a hyphen, it could be in the post-war years, which means that it's after the post office has had a fight. So, what we should understand. What does the prefix post mean? When should we add a hyphen to post? What does post-mortem mean? And what does post-war mean? Post means that it happens after an event or an occurrence. We should use a hyphen when we're not sure or when the word we're putting it with could mean that it has another meaning. Post-mortem means that it happens after death. And post-war with a hyphen means that it happens after the war. So we could talk about the post-war years. And that is this short video. These videos are shorter than my usual ones that I do for science to keep you interested and because we're focusing on one word every video. I'll see you in Unit 21 where we look at the opposite of post, and that is pre. Have a good day. Bye. Welcome to Unit 21, and we're having a look at the word, or the prefix I should say, pre. Unlike post, pre doesn't really have any other meanings, and pre only has one meaning. And we'll have a look at that after we check out what we know so far. What does the prefix post mean? When should we use a hyphen with post? What does postgraduate mean? What's the opposite of post? The prefix post means that it happens after. We should use a hyphen when we're not really sure and if it changes the meaning of the word. Postgraduate means that the person has already graduated from university. They are a postgraduate. They might be doing a master degree or a doctorate, and this means they are a postgraduate. And the opposite of post is what we're doing today, and that is pre. Pre, like post, comes from Latin, and it means to happen before or prior to something occurring. Just like post, you need to be careful with hyphens. I would say less careful because post has different meanings, but pre, maybe you'll see it written with a hyphen, so be aware that it could have one. Pre-war these days might be written without a hyphen, but always just be aware that it might have a hyphen. So pre means that things happen before an event. For examples, today we'll have a look at pre-intermediate, preschool, pre-war, and prepay. Another reason you might want to use a hyphen is if it is a joining vowel. So if it has a joining vowel like pre-intermediate, it might need a hyphen. Pre-intermediate means before, the midpoint. In Common European Framework, that would be B1, which I think is where most of you are at least there or further. Preschool is before you go to your normal school. So you have primary school, secondary school, high school, university. Before you do all of that is preschool. Pre-war means that it happens before the war. And prepay means that you pay before. So you might prepay on your phone. This means you've already paid, which is great. Pre is popular. What other words begin with pre? Take a moment, brainstorm, give it a Google. So I've already given you some examples. Other examples might include pre-predict, means you are thinking about what will happen beforehand. Now, what you should understand. What does the prefix pre mean? Which Common European Framework ranking is listed as B1? What does pre-war mean and what does post-war mean? So, the prefix pre means before. B1 on the Common European Framework would be pre-intermediate. Pre-war means that it happens before the war, and post-war means that it happens after. I will see you in Unit 22, and we'll have a look at the prefix re. Have a nice day. I hope you are finding these lessons useful, and do keep up to date with the worksheets and outside learning. Thank you. Bye-bye. Welcome to Unit 22. We're looking at re. Re is very popular in English and we use it a lot to put it with other verbs as well as other things as well. Before we look at that, let's review what we know so far. See what I did there? We can recap what we did so far. We can relook at what we've done so far. So it's all about re today. What we should understand so far. What does the prefix co mean? What does the prefix mid mean? What does the prefix photo mean? And what does the prefix pre mean? Co means you do it together. It's something done with other people or other things, other businesses. Mid means middle. So you have the midpoint, it's the middle point. Photo means light, especially sunlight. And pre means before, just like prefix. It comes before. Instead of me giving you words to begin with, there are lots that you will already know. So what words start with re? Take a few seconds, pause the video, brainstorm. Which words start with re? Re is the prefix. It comes from Latin, like a lot of our prefixes. Re means again and again and again. When you're reading older texts, older books, they will use a hyphen probably. But we've got rid of the hyphen in most of the day's words. So recycle has become recycle. Reuse is reuse. You don't have that hyphen in them. You don't need to use them really. Even if it's a vowel that they are joining, it doesn't matter. Just put re and whatever comes after it together without a hyphen. Some words that we have are recycle, rewatch, review, reproduce. Cycle means to go around. We had a look at that with bicycle. So recycle means to come around again. When we recycle something, we have it again. Watch means to look at something. So rewatch means to watch it again. View means to have a look at something. So review means to see it again. Today, we review every lesson before moving on to the current one. And reproduce, produce means to make. So reproduce means to make again. It's quite a simple prefix, really. I think the most common one is this. This is recycle, and cycle is what we know already, but recycle means we use it again. Once you break English down, it's not that scary. Sometimes English is stupid, sometimes it's quite simple. So, let's review what we know. What does the prefix re mean? What does recycle mean? What does review mean? And what does reproduce mean? Break the word. Re means again. Cycle means to go around, so recycle means it goes around again. View means to see or to look, so review means to do it again. Look at it again. Produce means to make, so reproduce means to make again. Reproduction is when we have a baby. And it's as simple as that. English can be scary sometimes, but often if you break the word down, take it word or syllable by syllable or prefix and suffix by suffix, it's not that hard. I know it's a little bit stupid sometimes. I will see you in the next unit, and that is unit 23, and we'll be having a look at the word semi. Have a great day. If you are enjoying the course so far, please do leave a review. It does mean the world to me, and it helps other students to see what you think of the course. I will see you in unit 23. Have an amazing day. We're in Unit 23. I hope you've got energy. I hope you're enjoying this course. I'm sure that you are learning a lot, and I'm hoping that it will be very useful for you. We're starting to have a look at semi. Semi gets used a lot in English, but let's review what we know so far. What does re mean? The prefix re. What does reproduce mean? What does anti mean? What does anti-terrorism mean? Re means again. So reproduce means to make again. Anti goes against. So when you have terrorism, terrorism is to put terror into someone. So anti-terrorism is to go against that terror. You have anti-terrorism police. Today we are looking at semi and another word as well. This is hemi. So semi comes from Latin and Greek. It means half of something. Greek fed Latin, this word, and in Greek the word is hemi. So sometimes you'll use the word semi, more often you'll use the word semi, sometimes it might be hemi. For example, half of the earth is called a hemisphere. You have the northern hemisphere, the southern hemisphere. These are the north and the south hemispheres. But when we take a circle, when we take something like this, if I want to cut it in half, I have a semicircle. Semi is more popular to use every day than hemi. Latin is more used in everyday English. What words do you know so far which start with semi? Maybe you can think of hemi too. Hemi, there's only a few words. Semi, there are lots of words, and we can put semi with all kinds of words to make it mean half. Pause the video. If you haven't paused the video, some words that I will introduce to you are semicircle, semi-final, semi-dry, semi-pro. The first two are easy. Semicircle, if I have a circle, a semicircle is half of a circle. Final is the end, so a semi-final is when we have before the final. It's the second to last game. This is where we take 4 teams and then we have a semi-final. In that semi-final, those 2 teams that win will go on to the final, so it's halfway until the final. Semi-dry means that it's still wet, so you could say it's semi-wet. Depends whether you're a glass half full or glass half empty kind of person. You could say it's semi-dry or it's semi-wet. And semi-pro means that they are semi-professional, they are half professional. These are people that might play sport for a little bit of money, but it's not their full-time job. These are people who might do something like photography, and they do it semi-professionally. This means that it's not their full-time job, but they might get paid for it. These are some words that I wanted to introduce to you, but you've probably thought of a lot others as well. So, what we should understand. What does the prefix semi mean? What is the Greek example with the same meaning? What is a semicircle? And what is a hemisphere? Semi means half. The Greek example is hemi. So a semicircle is half of a circle. Hemisphere is half of the earth. Hemisphere, sphere is a 3D circle. Hemi means half. So hemisphere in this context means that it's half of the earth. You have the northern hemisphere, the southern hemisphere. We don't really say semisphere. When we talk about geography and science, that usually uses Greek. But in everyday English, we usually use Latin more. And that's today. That's this lesson. We'll be looking at sub in Unit 24. I think sub is another word we use a lot. Subtitle, subscribe, subway, submarine. If you want to go and explore what sub means, I'll see you in Unit 24. Have an amazing day. Bye-bye. Hello, welcome to Unit 24. If you are joining us from the previous lesson, then welcome back. And if it's a new day, or you're just interested in what sub means, then welcome to the unit. Before we do look at sub, let's look at what we've done so far. So, what does the prefix semi mean? What does re mean? What does micro mean? And what does macro mean? Pause the video. If you haven't paused the video, semi means half, re means again, micro means tiny, related to tiny, and the opposite of micro is macro. Macro means large or very big. Today, we're having a look at sub. Sub is very popular in English. It comes from the Latin language and it means under or close by. It's a very popular prefix and we use it every single day. In old writing, you would see a hyphen, but these days we use sub with the word that it's joined without the hyphen at all, really. I can't think of any particular one where we do. One of the things that we're going to look at today is this, and this is a submarine. As I've said throughout this course, break the word down. So, when we have these words, submarine, subpar, subterranean, and subway, we break the word. Sub means under, marine means sea, so submarine means underneath the sea. Par means average, so subpar means it's not average, it's under average. Terrain is land. Terranean is the adjective of terrain, so terranean is land, the adjective. Subterranean means that it's under the Earth's surface, so it's a subterranean environment. It's a really nice way to describe things. And subway. Way is a journey that we take, it's a route that we take. So subway means that it goes underneath somewhere to get there. So subways might be footpaths, or in America or other places in the world, they are trains. Take a few moments and think, what words start with sub? brainstorm. Pause the video and check what you know yourself. Other words might be substitutes or subcategory. So these are underneath. They come on later or they're close to. And that's today. It's a nice one. I like the word sub or the prefix sub. What does the prefix sub mean? If I was to ask you to explain it, how would you tell me? Which words begin with sub? And what does submarine mean? And what does subpar mean? Sub means under or close. Some words that begin with sub include submarine, subway, subpar, substitute. A submarine goes under the water. Marine means the sea or ocean, and sub means under, so it's under the ocean, under the water. Par means average. Subpar means that it's not average, it's under average. As you can see from this picture, we also have substitutes. These are very well known in football. If you're a football supporter or any sport which is a team game, you would have a substitute. And these ones come on after the main players. So these are the sub players, these are the substitutes. And that is Unit 24. In Unit 25, we're going to be looking at the word or prefix super. Super is a word by itself, but it's also a prefix. And we're going to look at what it means and how we can use it. I hope you are enjoying the course so far. If you are enjoying it, please do leave a review. It does mean the world to me. If you have any questions, please come and find me on the course page. I will see you in Unit 25. Bye-bye. Hello, welcome to Unit 25, and today we're looking at super. It's a prefix and a word that you cannot say without some energy. I hope that you are enjoying the course so far, and today we're going to start by checking what we've done in some of the previous units. What does the prefix sub mean? What does the prefix anti mean? What does hetero mean? And what does auto mean? If you haven't paused the video to check this yourself, sub means under, anti means before. This is not the same as anti, A-N-T-I. Anti-A-N-T-I means going against. Hetero means different, homo means the same, and auto means that it does it by itself. Today we're looking at super, and this is another prefix that comes from Latin. It means that it goes above and beyond. It is better than the rest. It stands as its own word in English, but many of our words have joined together to give us some different words. For example, we have superhuman, superpower, superstar, and superlative. Superhuman means that you are more than human ability. You have more than a normal human's ability. If you have a superhuman, this is something that's amazing. It's something that is more than average. Superpower means that it's more powerful than others. For example, America is considered the superpower. Superstar is a huge star. So we have stars in our life. We have stars on TV. But we have superstars like Beyonce. Superlative cannot be broken down. But superlative finds its roots, finds its beginnings in Latin itself. And when we have superlatives in English, those are the best. They are the ones that we know mean that they are the best. They're the coolest, the best. We also have Superman. This is a man who has abilities far beyond any normal man, and beyond me at least. And that's super. So try and think of some words that begin with super. It's not hard. Basically, any word can be used with super. It's that usable. We use super in any way we want. If it is better than something, we can add super to it. If water is the best water there is, it could be super water. You know, it's not that hard to understand that super means that it's the best. So, what we should understand, what does super mean? What's a superlative? Why is Superman a Superman? And what other words begin with super? Super means that it's better than the rest. A superlative shows us using language that it is the best. So someone might be cool, but the coolest person is the most amazing, the best of being cool. Superman is a Superman because he has extra human abilities, superhuman abilities, we would say. And other words that begin with super include superpower, superstar, supernatural. Supernatural means that it's beyond nature, it's ghosts and things like that. In Unit 26, we're going to be having a look at the prefix trans. So if you are going on to that today, I'll see you there. If you're not going on to that today, check out what it means on Google perhaps and go and find a few words for yourself. Lots of words in English start with trans. Thanks for joining me today, and I will see you in Unit 26. Bye-bye. We're in Unit 26. We're halfway through the course. Today, it's looking at trans. Very popular in English, you will hear this prefix used with lots of words. Before we look at that, what we should understand. What does semi mean? What does sub mean? What does super mean? And why is Superman super? Bit of a silly question, that last one. Semi means half. Sub means under. Super means that it's better than average. It's the best that it could be. So, Superman is super because he is the best man that there is. There is no other man quite like Superman, at least in the universe where he lives. Today, it's trans. Trans has a little meaning difference in chemistry, in science, so do be careful if you are studying science, but in general, everyday English, trans means to go across, to go beyond, or to show that something is changing. When we have trans can be put with lots of other words, and those other words aren't always able to be split. So sometimes you need to have a look at the derivation of the word. For example, we have transport here. This lorry, this truck is going to transport goods. So when we have transport means to carry something. It means to move something across. It means to change the port where it is. If you don't know what a port is where goods enter a country. Fer means to own. So transfer means to change ownership. Fer, F-E-R-R-E, to bear, own, is not a word in English by itself, but transfer has become a word in English. Scribe means to write. So when we have transcribe, it means to change the writing, to move the writing across. When you change English into your natural language, your native language, you are transcribing. You need to drop the S, you need to drop the second S with that, so it just has one S. And then we have transgender, and this is a topic that is becoming increasingly important around the world as we speak. Transgender people are people who are born into a biological body, into a body, as a baby, as a child, but then they don't feel like they are natural in that body, so they change their gender, so they become transgender. Take a second, think about what other words begin with trans. There's lots. Pause the video. Remember, any purple writing, pause the video. We have transfer, transcribe, translate. Okay, so all of these words begin and end with a meaning set out in Latin. What we should understand. What does the prefix trans mean? What words begin with trans? What does transport mean? And what does transfer mean? Trans means to change or to move. Some words that begin with trans include translate, transcribe, transport. These are all words that begin with trans. Transport itself means to change where a product is, to change where the goods are. And transfer, means to own something. It's not actually a word in English, but where the word comes from is to own. So transfer means you change ownership. You might transfer some money. You change where the money is owned. And that's today. Do have a look at the words you wrote down in your brainstorm. Go to Google and then check their derivation. Where do they come from? Can you understand why the words are built as they are? I think that's becoming quite an interesting topic of this course, is finding out how to break down the word. Unit 27 looks at the word try, or the prefix try. And I will see you there. Bye-bye. We're in Unit 27 and we're looking at the prefix try. I've got a question for you. What does try mean? Some of you will know, some of you maybe researched before the lesson. For those of you that don't know, it means 3. It means the number 3, related to 3. That's what we're looking at today. Before we have a look at today, let's check in on what we know so far. Remember, you need to practice, you need to keep up with the worksheets. So, what does non mean? What does hetero mean? What does trans mean? And what does transgender mean? Non means that it's not something. So, non-metal means that it's not metal. Hetero means different. Trans means to change, to move places. So transgender means that you change the gender. You are changing your natural gender to one that is not the one that you had at birth. We're looking at the word try, and there's no real hard definition here. It means number 3. It comes from Latin and Greek, and it's a really simple word to understand. It means the number 3. As it's part of our everyday life, I want you to begin with a brainstorm. So, what words begin with try? Pause the video if you have a moment. And if you don't have a moment, I'll let you know what they might be in a minute. So, we could have triangle, which is one of the basic words of English that you learn in A1 or pre-starter. The triangle has 3 sides, obviously, but that's not why it's called a triangle. It's because it has 3 angles. We could have tricycle, we could have trident, or we could have triceratops. Triangle, angle is 3 positions where the line changes. So we have 3 angles. This is a triangle. Okay. Cycle means that it goes around. So bicycles have 2 wheels. Bi means 2. Tri means 3. So a tricycle has 3 wheels. Dent means teeth. This is the base word for dentist. Trident is actually a weapon. It's what, who's the superhero who has the trident? Aquaman has. Or if you know Greek mythology, it's what Poseidon has. And if you know your dinosaurs, we also have a triceratops. This is the dinosaur that has 3 horns on its face, on its head. This word can't be broken down, but triceratops is a dinosaur that has 3 horns on its head. Think about the words you wrote down earlier. What do they mean? If you break the word, what would they mean? So, what does try mean? What is a tricycle? Which shape has 3 sides? And which dinosaur had 3 horns? Had being past tense, because there are no longer any dinosaurs. Tri means 3. A tricycle has 3 wheels. Remember, bi means 2, so bicycle has 2 wheels and they go around. Tricycle means that it has 3 wheels that goes around. The shape that has 3 sides is called a triangle. It's 3 angles. And the dinosaur that had 3 horns is called a triceratops. I think in any language or any education or school, this dinosaur is very well known. It's a triceratops. And that is Unit 27. Unit 28, we're going to be looking at un. Un is quite a basic prefix. I think it's something that can be used with almost any other word, really, any other verb. But that's for next time. I will see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. We're in Unit 28, well past the halfway point. Today, we're looking at un. This goes with a lot of words in English, and I'm sure you have heard this one before. What we should understand so far: what does em or on mean? What does bi mean? What does tri mean? And what does the word triangle mean? Or em or en means to give more, so we empower someone. Bi means 2, tri means 3. So the word triangle means that it has 3 angles. There's 3 sides, 3 angles where the lines change. Un comes from German and Dutch. Lots of English language comes from French, Latin, and Greek. Some German and Dutch is also in our English language. Un means that it's not having something, it's negative, and it's usually placed with an adjective or a verb or a noun. It's very usable. We can use it in lots of different ways. With verbs, it's usually to show the reverse of something, and the same with adjectives, really. For example, if you're happy, you feel good. If you're unhappy, you're not happy, so you don't feel good. Fair means that something is okay, it's reasonable, it's the same to both parties. Unfair means that it's not reasonable. Employed means that you have a job. Unemployed means you don't have a job. And to do something is to do an action. To undo something is to reverse the action, to make the action not be there. For example, I could have grumpy cat. Grumpy cat is very famous, or was very famous on the internet, and the grumpy cat can be said to be unhappy. What other words could you use with un? What other words could you use with un? Other words, if you haven't paused the video, could be unstable, unstoppable, unable, unpredictable, unfortunate. All of these words, they have a base beginning, predictable, which means that you know what's going to happen, and unpredictable means you don't know what's going to happen. It just changes the meaning. Have a look at this picture. What words could you use when describing this picture? Or make a sentence. You could say they are unable to score. You could say that the goalie is unstoppable. There's many ways to use un in everyday language. So, the prefix of un, what does it mean? What does unhappy mean? What does unfair mean? And what's the opposite of employed? Un means that it's not able to do something, or it's the opposite of something. So if you're unhappy, you're not happy. You're not feeling good. Unfair means that it's not reasonable, it's not fair, it's not okay. And the opposite of employed is unemployed. It's really as simple as that, really. If you want to add un to any word, you pretty much can. Be careful. You pretty much can Most words have their own prefixes, but any English speaker would understand what you mean if you use the prefix un. And that's this unit done. Un is very simple to understand. I think you've been using it since you were an A1 or A2 learner. So to understand what un means is quite a simple one. In Unit 29, we've got kind of another simple one. It's under. And you'll find Unit 29 underneath this unit. See you there. Have a great day. This is Unit 29. We are approaching the 30th unit. Today, or this lesson I should say, we're looking at under. Under is a word that has its own meaning in its own right, but it's also a prefix. Before we look at that, let's have a check-in with what we know so far. So, what prefix is related to light? What prefix is related to tiny? What prefix is related to after? And what is related to before? I've changed the way I've asked the questions for this. So hopefully you'll be able to search your brain. The prefix which is related to light is photo, photosynthesis. Tiny would be micro. After would be post. And before is pre. And today we're looking at this. I'm going to help you to understand what the word or prefix under means. And let's jump into it. This is another word that comes from German and Dutch. It means below or beneath something or someone. Be careful, because sometimes it's not a prefix. And you need to understand whether it's two words or one. So underwater or underwater. Some examples that we have include underground, underweight, undersecretary, and understudy. The two last ones you might not have heard of in English before. Underground means that it happens under the ground. It's below the Earth's surface. Underweight means that you are below a normal weight. Babies that are born before they're supposed to are underweight. Secretary is someone who takes notes or helps someone. So an undersecretary is a person who works for the main leader, usually is a politician. And understudy is a word you might not know. And this is a person who, if the main actor is sick, then the understudy will perform. They are below the main actor, but they are ready, they have studied. When we have a look at this cat, you could see what's underneath the cat. You could see its underbelly. You could understand what it is. Under is a very usable and helpful word to know and understand in English. What words start with under? What other words do you know? Take a moment, pause the video, and check in with yourself. If you haven't checked the video or you haven't paused the video, there are lots. Take the words that you know and go and look at them in a dictionary. Go and find out how those words were made, how they are formed. So, what does the prefix under mean? When would you leave a space between the words? What does underwater mean and what does underground mean? Under means below or beneath. You would leave a space between the words if they're two different words. Not all of under is a prefix. It's a word by itself as well. Underwater means that it's happening under the water, and underground means that it's happening under the ground. It's below the ground and below the water. I think units 28 and 29, un and under, are very simple to understand. Their meanings are, generally, they're quite well known, but I wanted to make sure that that was there for you and introduce some new words and vocabulary to you too. That's the important thing about this course. We're not only breaking English and learning the prefixes, but we're also going to learn some new vocabulary. And it's very important that you use the English that you are learning and go and action it yourself. Use the worksheets I've created and research for yourself. Unit 30, we are looking at uni. Very popular, uni. See you there. Have a great day. Hello, welcome to Unit 30, and we're looking at the prefix uni. This is the last prefix of the course. After this video, we'll review everything we've done so far, and then we'll start to look at the suffixes. What we should understand so far: what does under mean? What does over mean? What does micro mean? And what does macro mean? So under means beneath or below. Over means on top or further. Micro means small or related to tiny. And macro means big, huge, means something that's very, very big. Macroeconomics looks at huge economics. Today, we are looking at this man. We're not necessarily looking at him, we're looking at what he's wearing, and that is a uniform. So we're going to be looking at what uni means. Uni comes from Latin, and it's a very simple definition, which means one. In England, if you are studying in England or you are interested in English, British English, uni is often the shortened name for university, but as a prefix, it means one. It also has a meaning for university as well, and perhaps I'll explain that in a little while. Lots of words begin with the prefix uni. Can you brainstorm them and think about what you know already? So, what words begin with uni? You might have paused the video. If you have not, you could have university, which is where you study one subject or a channel of subjects related to one topic. You might have unicycle, which, as we know, cycle means going around, and uni means one, so it's a cycle with one wheel. It's a bicycle with one wheel. You might say uniform. Form is a type of something. So uniform is when you have one type of thing. So when you have uniform in school, you all wear the same clothes. Unisex means that it's made for one or both of the sexes. So it's one piece of clothing or one product that is made for both sexes. And universe is the biggest part of space. It's everything. It's the one thing we live in. Try and break down what else you thought of. So, what we should understand. What does the prefix uni mean? We're at the end of the course now, or at the end of the prefixes, so I just want to recap a few other ones. What does the prefix bi mean? What does the prefix tri mean? And what is a uniform? Uni means one, so a unicycle has one wheel. Bi means two, so a bicycle has two wheels. Tri means three, so a tricycle has three wheels. Isn't it genius when you break down the word? English is sometimes so stupid. I know this, but sometimes you just need to break the word down. And a uniform is something that everyone wears. It's one piece of clothing that everyone wears. What else did you think of? Maybe you thought of university, where you study one subject, or you could even have a unibrow, which is where you have one eyebrow that goes on top of your head, where you usually have two eyebrows. And if you have something in the middle, that would be called the unibrow. And that is that for today. I like the prefix uni. I like understanding uni, bi, and tri. It makes life a lot easier if you understand the basics of or the foundations of the English language. This is the last lesson on prefixes. So join us in Unit 31 where we will go through all of the prefixes again and we will check our understanding. And at the end of the Unit 31, I will give you a little test to make sure you are understanding what each prefix means. Have a great day. Bye-bye. We're in Unit 31 and we're going to have a look at everything we've learnt so far. At the end of this lecture, at the end of this lesson, please do check the module, the unit, and there is a test for you to find. So, with no questions to start us off, I'm going to read through the prefixes and then ask you what they mean. We have anti and anti, two different spellings. Auto, bi, bio, co, d, dis, m or on, n, for, homo, hydro, inter, micro, mid, and miss. Pause the video if you haven't paused the video and you just want me to tell you what they are. Anti means to go against when it is A-N-T-I. Anti, A-N-T-E, means that it happens before. Auto happens by itself. Bi means to. Bio means life. Co means that it happens with something. D means to take something away or to remove something. Dis is almost the same. It takes something away, it makes something the opposite, so advantage becomes disadvantage. M or N means that it's giving something, it's giving more. For means that it happens first. Homo means the same. Hetero, the opposite, means that it's different. Hydro means water. Inter means that it happens with other things. Micro means that it's related to tiny, small. Macro means that it's big. Mid means that it's in the middle, or the middle part. Miss means that something is not right, it's not correct. We also have non, over, photo, post, pre, re, semi, sub, super, trans, tri, un, under, uni. Non means that it doesn't have something. Over means that it's too much, it's going over the top, it's going further than it should. Photo means light. Post means after. Pre means before. Re, again. Semi, half. Sub, under or beneath. Super means that it has more than the normal. Trans means that it moves. Tri means 3. Un means that it's not got something. Under means below or beneath. And uni means that it is 1. And those are the prefixes. Please do listen to me describe them and talk about them again if you missed any of those. You can find them on the worksheets as well, which you should be keeping up with by yourself at home. Remember to action your English. Go and learn some for yourself. My job is to enable you. Remember the prefix N means to give you ability, to give you access to the English that we're learning. But I can only do that as much as this course will allow. You need to go and action the English yourself. I really do hope you're enjoying the course. If you are, please do leave a review. I also have 3 other courses on Udemy. I have 3 courses about science. These are biology and chemistry and physics. There is now a test available to you, so go and check your understandings of what the prefixes mean. And once you finish that test, I'll see you in Unit 32, and there we will look at suffixes. Suffixes are not as easy to explain, but they're easier to understand, if that makes sense. And I'll have a look at that with you when we get there. Have a great day. Please, if you have any questions, just comment on the course. Comment on the page, and I will answer any questions I can. Thank you, and I'll see you in Unit 32. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the suffix side of the course. Prefixes go before a word and suffixes go after. This is Unit 32, and today we're going to look at able or able. Before we check in, let's make sure we remember some things. So what's a prefix? What's a suffix? What are some rules? And what suffixes do you know already? A prefix is something that goes at the beginning of a word, and it has a meaning. So when that meaning joins with another word, that word then changes slightly. A suffix goes at the end and often changes the grammar. Some rules are mostly about hyphens. Prefixes tended to use hyphens in the old days, but not so much these days. And you should have answered the suffixes yourself. I don't know what you would know. Today we're looking at suffixes, and these are things we find at the end of the word. End of the word. So, the first suffix we're going to look at alphabetically is able or able. This is when we add ability. It's when we add something to what we have. When we use suffixes, we don't really ever use hyphens. You don't need to worry about using hyphens in this case. Which words do you know already that end with able or able? What do you know already? Brainstorm. Write some down. If you haven't paused the video, some words that you might know already include breakable, available, audible, visible. So when something breaks, it's broken. So breakable means that it's able to be broken. Glass is breakable. Avail means to use. So when something is available, it's able to be used. Audio is about sound. So audible is able to be heard. You do need to get rid of the I and the O off of audio, and then able will take care of that. And visible, when you have vision, when things are visually aware, this is to do with seeing things. So visible means it is able to be seen. So there are lots of others out there. Well, some of the ones we touched on today include audible, which means that we are able to hear it. Try and think of the words you wrote down during your brainstorm. What are their base words? And then when you add able or able, what does that mean? If you haven't done that, or you would prefer to move on at this stage, let's go through what we should understand. So what does able or able mean? What do we call something which is able to break? What do we call something which is able to be seen? What do we call something which is able to be heard? So able or able means that it can do something. It has the ability to do something. If something can break, it is breakable. If it can't break, we add the prefix un. So it would be unbreakable. If something is able to be seen, it is visible. The opposite of that is not un, but in, and it would be invisible. If something is able to be heard, it is audible. And the opposite of that is unaudible or inaudible. Either one is okay, thinking about it. I think we'd go with inaudible. And that is Unit 32. This is suffixes. They're a little bit more difficult to explain, but I think their meaning is a little bit easier to understand. So when we have a base word, if we add a suffix at the end, that then just changes the meaning a little bit and changes the grammar. It might turn a noun into an adjective. It might turn a verb into an adjective. It might turn a verb into a noun. And we'll look at that in Unit 33. When we add al, all, this can sometimes turn a verb into a noun. But that's for next time. I will see you in Unit 33, and we'll be studying all. Bye-bye. Welcome back. If you're joining us from the last lesson today, then welcome to the next video. If you're coming back from a different day, then it's nice to see you again, and please, I hope you are finding the course helpful. Today we're looking at all. And this can change the grammar of certain words. What we should understand so far: what is a suffix? What does able or able mean? What does breakable mean? And what does audible mean? A suffix goes at the end of a word. Able means that it gives something the ability. So breakable means that it's able to break. Audible means that it's able to be heard. Today, we are looking at all. This finds its roots in Latin or French, so many Latin words or French words that have their background in that can be changed into this. And it's related to something. So what we do is we take some verbs and we turn them into nouns, or we take some nouns and then we turn them into adjectives. So it means that we can make something related to it. For example, we have survival, refusal, natural, and accidental. Survive and refuse are verbs. Nature and accident are nouns. Survival is then the act of staying alive. That becomes a noun. Refusal means the act of saying no. You refuse, you say no, and that now becomes an act. Nature is a noun, but natural is now an adjective, and it comes from nature. Accident is a noun, but accidental is an adjective, and that now means that it happened by accident. So when we look at this is nature, but we would call it natural. So the suffix "al" can be very helpful in changing grammar. It can be very useful in changing verbs into nouns and changing nouns into adjectives. And what I'd like you to do, and I do ask you to do this in every video, but I feel like today is also very useful. Go and get a list of verbs, go and get a list of nouns, and then try and find out which ones you can change, which ones you can turn into nouns, and which ones you can turn into adjectives. If you don't want to do that, that's okay, but I hope you do understand what "al" means. So, the suffix "al" means that it becomes something, it is related to something. The adjective for nature is natural. The noun to refuse is refusal. And using the list, but when you pause this video in the brainstorm, what other words end in "al"? It's a really useful suffix to know, and once you get the hang of using "al", then you will understand a lot of adjectives and nouns a lot better. Particularly look for words that find their roots, their beginnings, in Latin or French. And that's today. There's a lot that we've just gone through in quite a short amount of time, so if you're not sure of something, you can always drop me a question on the course page, or you can go back over this video. But really, you need to action this yourself. Go and find some verbs. Write down 5 verbs, write down 5 nouns, and see if you can add the word "al". And that will make life a lot easier when you're dealing with different grammar. This was Unit 33. Unit 34, we are looking at or or. And I will see you there. Bye-bye. We're in Unit 34. Today we're looking at or. These two have a couple of different actual meanings. So today we're going to focus on just one of those meanings, but I will introduce you to the other meanings as well. Before that, what do we know so far? So what does able or able mean? What does ow mean? What words end with able or able? And what words end with ow? So able means that it has the ability to do something. Ow means that it is related to something. Some words that end with able could be breakable, audible, visible. So these are all things that have the ability to be done. Words that end with ow could be natural, related to nature, or refusal, saying no. This is your refusal. Today I'm going to be looking at this definition of it, and this is the definition of what a person is. There is another definition. So when you are learning English at a young age, you may learn that ER will help you to make comparatives. For example, if we take adjectives and we have big, then the comparative is bigger. You have small, and that is smaller. Loud is louder. Quiet is quieter. But it's also used to turn nouns of people into what they do. So, for example, a teacher is someone who teaches. A footballer is someone who plays football. Take a moment. Write down some words that end with ER or OR. And think about whether they're comparatives or whether they're words for people. Comparatives will always be ER. They are bigger, quieter, longer, stronger. But for people, we also have words that have OR. If you haven't paused the video, or you have and now you're back, we're looking at the people. So this could be a manager. This is someone who manages people. You could also have villager, northerner, teacher, employer. So villager is someone who lives in a village. Village is smaller than a town. If you're not sure of what a village is, it's smaller than a town. Northerner is someone who comes from the north. Northern is the adjective. So we take the noun north, we make it an adjective, northern, and then we turn it into a noun again by adding er. Teacher is someone who teaches, and employer is someone who employs, who pays people to do a job. Those all end in E. There are a few examples that end in OR. Governor is someone who governs. And there are other ones as well. So perhaps you were able to think of those. Orator, they were the people who speak. They orate, they talk. Audible, this is things to do with talking and hearing. They're an orator. So, what we should understand. What does the suffix or mean? What is a comparative? What do we call someone who teaches? And what do we call someone who comes from the north? The suffix has a couple of meanings. The best known meaning is to make comparatives. That is using You should understand comparatives already if you are doing this course. They are usually taught to you at A1 heading into A2 level, so I'm hoping that you do know what a comparative is already. But what you might not know is that then can be used as well to turn someone into a job based on what they do. For example, someone who teaches is a teacher. Someone who trains is a trainer. A footballer is someone who plays football is a footballer. Someone who plays basketball is a basketballer. So we add ER and that makes them into who they are. It's a very common thing and something you may not have noticed, but if you've brainstormed it yourself, if you have actioned this yourself during the video, then you should be able to understand. An owner is someone who owns. And someone who comes from the north is called a northerner. Someone who comes from the south is called a southerner. Someone who comes from the west is called a westerner. And the odd one out is we don't tend to call anyone from the east an easterner. It just doesn't happen. I don't know why. I'm not sure. That's just one of the strange things about languages. Maybe something to do with how the language is used. Anyway, that is Unit 34. Unit 35, we are looking at est. And just like today, or just like this lesson, you should understand est. It is used to make superlatives. That means the most. You remember your prefix super, right? See you in Unit 35. Bye-bye. Today, we are going to be looking at est. This is often used with superlatives. These mean that they have the greatest amount of something. They have the most of something. For example, this man is the biggest. The other man is the smallest. We could also look at color. We could look at height. So it's about describing people to the max. Before we do that, what we should understand. What do we call something that is able to be seen? What do we call something that happens by accident? What do we call someone who teaches? And what do we call someone who comes from London? So, something that can be seen is visible. It has the ability to be seen. Something that happens by accident is accidental. Someone who teaches is called a teacher. And someone who comes from London, me, is called a Londoner. Remember, we add ER and it tells you what the person is or does. Today we're looking at est. This is a superlative. There are rules for this one. If it has 2 syllables, use most plus the adjective. For example, beautiful has 3 syllables, so we would not say beautifulest, we would say the most beautiful. Small has 1 syllable, so we add est, and this makes it smallest. Unfortunately, English is sometimes a little bit stupid, and there are irregular. This means that it's not regular. And for example, good, the best of something is not goodest, it's the best. Looking at this cat, how could you talk about this cat? You could say it's the fattest, the biggest, the widest. What other words end with est? Write down some superlatives that you know already. You should have been doing this since you were a young age, or if you're learning English now, it should have been one of the first things you were taught, and I hope you have some understanding about it. Basically, we take an adjective, and if it has 1 syllable, then we can add est. Also if it has 2 syllables, but if it has more than 2 syllables, then we can't. For example, if something is the most cold, it is coldest. Quiet, quietest. Fast, fastest. Colours, this is great for. Greenest, yellowest, brownest, blackest. This really goes on. Funny, funniest. Pretty, prettiest. So if it has 2 syllables, you can add est, and that makes it the best of something. If it has more than 2 syllables, please use the word most. The most beautiful, the most amazing. These need to be taken into account. And if it's irregular, that just gets a little bit tricky. Bad becomes worse, worst. Good becomes better or best. And that is today. So what's a superlative? What's the superlative for cold? What's the superlative for beautiful? And what's the superlative for good? A superlative makes it the most of something. So it has the most amount of something. The superlative for cold is coldest. This has 1 syllable or 1 or 2 syllables, and that means we add est. Beautiful has 3 syllables, beautiful. So the superlative for that is most beautiful. And good is an irregular superlative. So the superlative for good is the best. I know English can be a little bit annoying when we have irregular things. I didn't design the language, but I will try and help you to understand it. In Unit 36, we'll be looking at full. Now, I'll see you right there. Bye-bye. Hello, we're in Unit 36. We're getting to the second third of the part of the course. So we are now looking at 2/3 of the way through, and we're looking at the suffix full. Before we jump into that, what we should understand. What is a comparative? What's a superlative? What does the suffix able mean? And what does the suffix ow mean? So, comparative is something that compares things. These words will end with er, so it will be greener, whiter. Superlative will be the best of something, so the greenest, the whitest. Able means it's something that can do something, it has the ability, and ow means that it is related to something. So survive turns into survival. Nature, which is the noun, turns into natural, which is the adjective. Today we're looking at full, and this word finds its past in the English language, which is rare for suffixes and prefixes. It basically means that it's got a lot of something, and you take a verb and you turn it into an adjective by adding full. For example, if you forget lots of things, you would be called forgetful. Try and think of some of your own. So, what other verbs or what other adjectives end in full? If you haven't thought of some of your own, you might think of joyful, you might think of beautiful, you might think of shameful, and you might think of careful. So joyful is the act of having a lot of happiness. This is joy, so you are joyful, you have a lot of happiness. Shame is the act of having sadness. You feel shame, you feel sad because of something that you've done. So now this is shameful. Care is about thinking and feeling about things. So careful is about being thoughtful before doing something. And beautiful is the act of having a lot of beauty. This is the act of being more beautiful than the rest of the people. And perhaps you're more joyful, more excitable, more likable. These are words that have full. And that is today. So, what does the suffix full mean? What are some words that end with full? What does shameful mean? And what does beautiful mean? So, full means that it has something. It turns the verb into an adjective or turns an adjective into another adjective. And that means that it has a lot of something. Some words that end with full include shameful, beautiful, joyful, careful. Shameful means that it is an act that has brought shame upon somebody, has made someone lose their reputation. Beautiful means that they have a lot of beauty. So they are beautiful. They have more beauty than the average person. They are beautiful. And that is today a quick look at full. An easy suffix for you to kind of understand, and with lots of words that you can go and find and research for yourself as well. And as well, you can complete the worksheet that I've put together to do that. We are moving on to ick. and we'll be looking at that in the next unit. See you there. Bye-bye. Welcome back to Unit 37. Today we're looking at ick. This has lots of uses in English. It finds its past in Greek, Latin and French, so it's found its way into the English language through many different channels. Before we have a look at that, let's have a look at what we should understand. What does able mean? What does or mean? What does est mean, and what words end with est? And what words end with the suffix full? So able means it has the ability to do something. So something might be workable, something might be sociable. These are the things that they have the ability to do, or audible, visual. Or there are two meanings. One might be a comparative, greener, whiter, or one might be where someone comes from. So they might be a northerner, a southerner, a westerner. Words that end with est would make a superlative, greenest, whitest, and words that end with full means that they have something, they have a certain quality to them. They have a lot of joy, they are joyful. They have a lot of beauty, they are beautiful. Today we're having a look at ick. This word comes from Greek, Latin, French, so it has found its way into the English language in many different areas. Basically, it means that it has something. For examples, if I show you these four: metallic, allergic, Germanic, or periodic. So, metallic means that it has the characteristics of metal. It is metal, it is metallic. So a car is metallic, or the paint is shiny and it's metallic. Something that is related to Germany is Germanic. Something that is related to an allergy is allergic. So, for example, if you can't eat seafood, you are allergic. And something that happens for a certain amount of time every now and again is periodic. So period is an amount of time. So periodic is something that happens again and again and again over a certain time. This is the German flag, so this is Germanic. There could be many ways we could use the word Germanic. It's an adjective, so we could say the Germanic language. You could say German language, that's fine, but that's quite informal. It would be Germanic. What other words end with ick? Try and take a few moments for yourself. I do these every single video, and I do hope you are using this time for some self-study. I know these videos are rather short, but you will find they benefit you more if you go away and you have a look and you delve into this yourself and go and find the past out about the words that you are looking at. Once you start to do that, the English language will start to open itself up to you a little bit more. So, what we should understand so far. What does the suffix ick mean? What does Germanic mean? What does periodic mean? What does something, or what do we call something, with the quality of a metal? So ick means that it has something or is related to something. Germanic means that it is related to Germany, so it might be a Germanic song, it might be a Germanic poem. These are things that are related to Germany. Periodic means that it happens at certain times. So period is an amount of time. During your school timetable, you have different periods. So periodic means that it happens again and again and again at different times, set times. And something with the quality of metal would be called metallic. So you take metal, you add ick, and you've got yourself an adjective. It's metallic. And that's this unit. Do keep up to date with the worksheets. I hope you're enjoying the course. If you are enjoying the course, please do leave a comment on the review page. And please also be aware that I do have other courses for science. I started doing these as a science teacher in Vietnam. So I started to do these for biology, chemistry and physics. And I thought I would have a look at prefixes and suffixes with you this time. So if you look at my author profile, you can see my other courses on there. In Unit 38, we'll be looking at verbing with the letters ing at the end, which you should have done when you were a little baby. I will see you in Unit 38. Bye-bye. Hello, welcome to Unit 38. Today we're having a look at ing. This is one of the most basic parts of English, and if you learn as a child, it would have been the first things you studied. If you learn as an adult or learning now, then it's something that you should have known about already. Before we have a look at ing, let's see what we understand so far. What's a prefix? What's a suffix? What are some rules? And what's the superlative of green? A prefix goes at the beginning of a word. A suffix goes at the end of the word. Some rules we can follow you can find in the handout on the teacher page. For example, hyphens. Most of the days today we don't use hyphens when we have prefixes. There are very rare occasions when we do, but most of the time we don't use a hyphen. They're simply out of date. And the superlative of green, the most green something can be, is the greenest. Today we're having a look at ing. Ing is a verbal action and it changes verbs into nouns. For example, we call this verbing or gerunding. It's one of the simplest things of English, and I think it's going to be one of the simplest lectures of the course, but I wanted to give you an understanding of where the word came from. It's got German background, and basically any verb that we have, you need to turn that verb into a noun. You add the word ing or the suffix ing. So, what words end with ing? You could write down hundreds, I'm sure, off the top of your head. Go and get some verbs, add ing, and you've got yourself some nouns there. This is called gerunding. For example, this man right here, the action he's doing is to run. So we would say, he is running. You could be thinking. You could be sleeping. You could be eating. You could be running. These are acts. These are things that we do. So to turn a verb into a noun, you need to make it into an act. So I think, I am thinking. I sleep, I am sleeping. I eat, I am eating. I run, I am running. Now, when you have the N, you need to add another N in. So the process of using your mind is thinking. The process of being asleep is sleeping. The process of putting food in you is eating. And the process of moving your legs very quickly is running, and add in an N. And I told you it was going to be easy. I hope you paused the video so you could do some of this work yourselves. So what does the suffix ing mean? What do we know when someone is asleep? What is the gerund of run? And what is the gerund of think? So, the suffix ing means that it's the process of doing something. If someone runs, they are running. This is a process. It's them doing something. If someone is asleep, they are sleeping. If someone is deep in thought, if they are having a thought to themselves, they are thinking. There are millions of these: sleeping, eating, drinking, running, writing, talking. All you need to do is to get the verb and add ing, and it makes it into a process, and you can change the structure of the sentence to use a noun. Instead of saying I run, you say I am running. I will run. I will be running. I was running. Okay, so you need to have a look at that. One of the easiest lectures of this whole course. I will see you in Unit 39, the ism. We are in Unit 39. Today we're looking at ism. This is quite an interesting word. It's used quite a lot in English, but perhaps you're not aware of what it means, so it's quite a good one to study together. Before we look at ism, what do we call something that can break? What do we call someone who teaches? What's the gerund of run? And what's the superlative of long? So something that can break, has the ability to break, it is breakable. Someone who teaches is a teacher. The gerund of run is running. And the superlative for long, the one with the greatest amount, is longest. Today we're looking at ism. Again, this comes from Greek, Latin, and French, just like ick. So ism is very good for making nouns. It shows that it's a belief or a devotion to something. For example, it could be a baptism. This is an action noun. It's something happening. Or it could be a quality noun. It describes how something is. So it's an organism. An organism is something that's alive. Baptism is when you get baptized. It's a Christian ceremony for joining the Christian faith. I have 4 examples. These are realism, Darwinism, fascism, and baptism. These are quite difficult ones, by the way. Realism is the quality of something that is true to life. And to give you an example, in art, there is a category of art called realism, and this is art that looks like real life. It's realism. Darwinism. Darwin was an explorer and he came up with the idea of evolution, monkeys turning into humans. So that idea, the noun, is Darwinism. Fascism is about fascists, so this is a political belief. Again, it's a noun, it's a way of describing people who are fascists. It's fascism. And baptism is something that happens in Christianity. And a baby or someone older will join the Christian faith through baptism. What other words end with ism? Try and think of some yourself. You might have Buddhism. What other ones? If you pause the video, take a moment still and go and have a look at those words and see what those ones are. Really, there's a lot of different isms. Baptism, Darwinism, realism. And that's what you see in this photo here. This is a baptism. So basically this baby is being baptized. The baby is going to join the Christian faith and be accepted by God, if you will. So that's called a baptism. So what does ism mean? What is fascism? What is baptism? And what is Darwinism? So ism means that it's a belief or it's something that has a quality of the living things. So fascism is what on the political spectrum we would say is right wing. So these are people, the opposite of a communist. The opposite of communism would be fascism. Communism would be on the left side and fascism would be on the right side, in English at least. Baptism is when someone, usually a baby, but it could be an older person, joins the Christian faith. They will have water placed on their head. It kind of gives themselves to God. And Darwinism is this idea that monkeys turned into humans. And I think most people agree with Darwinism. I think at some points, some people think that there was this almighty creator who created the world, but even today I think that many religions are coming around to the idea of Darwinism and some scientific approach to religion as well. That is Unit 39. We're heading into the final straight, as we would say in horse racing. Unit 40, we're going to have a look at tion. This is about making nouns. Nice and simple, I hope. I will see you in Unit 40. Bye-bye. Welcome to Unit 40. Today we're looking at tion. There are a few different spellings for tion, but the sound is usually the same. So in the title I've only put tion. There is also cian and another spelling as well. Before we get on to that, what does the suffix fore mean? What does ick mean? What does ing mean? And what does ism mean? Fore means that it has lots of something. Beautiful means they have a lot of beauty. ic means it has the quality of something, or it's related to something. So Germanic is to do with Germany. Ing is to make a process out of a verb. So when you run, you are running. And ism is a belief or a quality of something. So you have Buddhism, baptism, communism. These are beliefs or action nouns. Today we're looking at tion. This comes from Latin or early English. And this forms nouns. This is the basic idea of how you know what a noun is. Other spellings include sion and cian, but the sound is the same. So it shows an action or a state. They make nouns. So when you see these, you know where to put these in the sentence. Try and take a few moments. What words end with shun? Take a moment to brainstorm yourself, or just shout some out now before I move on. If you have, or you are back now. Shun, you could have revolution, you could have evaporation, you could have starvation, you could have relation, you could have completion. So, you could have completion, evaporation, starvation, relation. For example, when you complete something, this is going to be completion. When something evaporates, it turns from a liquid to a gas. This is evaporation. When something starves, this is starvation, caused by hunger. When something is joined together, this is a relation. So your relatives are a relation. You need to be careful with the E's. Most of the E's are going to disappear or be substituted for an A. For example, when we look at evaporation, evaporate, the verb has an E, but we're going to take the A and slide shun in there. What about your shuns? Can you go and find the base verbs? Or can you go and find the base things that we know that they are? Not all of them are going to lose parts. For example, if you have a musician, that comes from music. You do lose a C, but you're not going to lose the E's or anything like that. Most of these come from verbs. So things like starve. Starve means that you are going hungry. So it becomes starvation. And the basic rule is that you slide the shun in. Go and have a look at the handout for more information on that. And that's today. What does the suffix shun tell us? What does it mean? What other spellings of shun are there? What words end with shun? And what do they mean? So shun tells us that it is something happening and it's now become a noun. So when something starves, that's the verb. The verb is to starve. So that means you're going hungry. So to show that that is a noun, it's the act of something happening. It's starvation. Some other spellings of shun include sion or cian. Some words that end with shun could be relation, starvation, evaporation, revolution, admiration. You should have a look at the words that you have and go and find their verbs. That will help you to understand a little bit more. And, for example, evaporation means to evaporate. Evaporate turns from a liquid into a gas. So water evaporates when it is hot. Starve means that you are hungry. So starvation means that you are going very hungry. Relate means to join with something. So your relations, or when you talk in relation about things, are when things are joined together. You go into a relationship. You have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, a husband or wife. This is a relationship. And that's today. I think this unit it's a nice unit. And you'll get a lot out of it if you go away and you take an hour now and go and sit down with some shuns, with some words that end with shun, and go and check out their bases, their base verbs, their base words. I will see you in Unit 41, and we're going to be looking at if. Bye-bye. We're heading into our units numbered 40. This is the number one of those. The first one, it's Unit 41, and we're looking at if. This one we use lots in English, but I'm not sure if you would understand what or why we use it. For example, what do you think I'm looking at here? This could be talkative, this could be communicative. There's lots of ifs in English. Before we look at that, what's a suffix? What does the suffix tion mean? What is a competition? What is evaporation? Suffix goes at the end of the word. If you don't know that by now, go and have a look back at the previous units. Tion means that it's a noun. We take the verb and add tion, and this can be a noun. Not for every verb, but for lots of descriptive verbs at least. Competition is where someone is competing. So they compete. This is a competition. It's when you have two or more people against each other. They compete. They don't necessarily fight. They might fight using their mind. They might fight using their hands. It's a competition. And evaporation is when a liquid turns into a gas. So water gets evaporated. It goes through evaporation when it gets very hot. Today we're looking at if. This is about the quality of something, something having something. For example, if the examples I gave you at the beginning, if someone talks a lot, they are talkative. If they can communicate with you, they are communicative. What other words do you know that end with if? Take a moment and think about it. Pause the video. If you haven't paused the video, I'll show you this. This is a tornado. You could say it's destructive. It will destruct things. So let's have a look at these. We have talkative, destructive, detective, and representative. Talkative, as I said before, is someone who talks a lot. Okay, this is someone who talks a lot. They are talkative. Destructive means that it's something that destroys things. If you destruct something, it destroys. So destructive, the tornado is destructive. It destroys. Detect means to find something out. So a detective is someone who finds things out. And a representative is someone who represents you. If they represent you, they are your representative. Have a look back at what you came up with as well. Find the quality. What does it have? So, what we should understand. What does if mean? What do we call someone who talks a lot? What do we call something that destructs or destroys? What do we call someone who detects? So if means that it has the quality of something. If someone talks a lot, they are talkative. If something is destructive, it destroys things, it destructs, then it's destructive. And someone who detects is called a detective. They have the quality of detecting. And that's this lesson. We're moving into the last parts of the course. In the next lesson, we're looking at Unit 42, and that we're going to look at less. So, go and research that and join me in the next unit. See you there. Bye-bye. Welcome to Unit 42. We're looking at less. If you're joining us fresh today, if you're new to the course today, welcome back for another day. If you're following on from Unit 41, we're going to start by checking what we know so far. As always, it's important for us to review, to look again at what we've done. So, what does the suffix ism mean? What does ic mean? What does est mean? And what is a suffix? Ism means that it is a belief, or it has the quality of a belief. It's an action noun or something like that. So if it's the belief noun, it could be fascism, communism. These are things that people believe in. If it's the action noun, it might be a baptism. This is where you join Christianity. Ic means that it has the quality of something. So Germanic means that it comes from Germany. Metallic means that it has the quality of metal. Est is the superlative, so it's the greenest, the whitest, the purplest. And suffix is what goes at the end of the word. And today's suffix is less. Less means that it is without something. Usually it goes with other adjectives to make it have less. This doesn't always mean that it's the case. For example, you could have nouns and you put less, and I'll show you a few of these now. You could have childless, homeless, careless, helpless. The first two are nouns, the last two are adjectives. So, childless means that you are without children. Homeless means that you are without a home. Careless is that you are to do something without thought, so you don't have any care, you are careless. You don't think about it, I don't care about it, I'm careless. And helpless means that you are not able to help yourself. So, what other words end with less? You think of any? There's lots out there, and you can go and make up your own. That's the great thing about English, it's always adapting. For example, if a man doesn't have a cup, he's cupless. It's not in the dictionary, but in informal English you could probably use that. Think of some other ones. And that is less. Less means that you don't have something. If you don't have a spoon, you're spoonless. If you don't have a fork, you're forkless. In everyday English, you can do that. If you're doing international exams, I would suggest sticking to the ones in the dictionary. For example, we have helpless, homeless, and childless. Less means that you don't have something. It's negative in a way. It doesn't mean that you're thinking about it negatively, but it turns the word inwards on itself. So if you have a child, you have a child. If you're childless, you don't have a child. If you have help, you can do things. You get something. If you're helpless, it means that you can't receive any help. And if you're homeless, it means that you don't have a home. Childless means that you don't have children. And, it's a difficult point to talk about for some, but it is something that you need to be aware of in English and to be able to use in everyday English as well as in exams to know what childless means. Some people choose to be childless, some people don't choose to be childless. So use that word with care. Don't be careless using that word. And that is Unit 42. Unit 43, we're looking at like. Can't say like without smiling. See you there. Bye-bye. We're in Unit 43. We're looking at like. Like is very simple to understand. It's not the same as the word. Like means that you enjoy something. The suffix is a little bit different. Before we look at that, what does less mean? What does childless mean? What does or on mean? And what does northerner mean in that case? So less means that you don't have something. So childless means that you don't have children. Or can be a number of things. One, it can make comparatives. Or two, it can turn someone into something. If you have someone who teaches, they are a teacher. If you have someone who comes from the north, they are a northerner. Today we're looking at like. Like comes from Dutch and Norse. Dutch being Holland, Norse being Scandinavian Nordic countries, including Norway. This is used to form affirmative adjectives, showing that you do something, you have a connection to something. So this shows that you are the same as someone else or the same as something else. It's something that shows positive, not always in a good way, but it's something that shows that you are like someone. For example, this is a child. If you think like a child, you are childlike. Could you think of any words right now to think about what words end with like? Realistically, if you haven't paused the video, by the way, pause the video if you haven't. You could use it with basically any animal. You could use it with quite a lot of different ways, and it could be used in informal ways quite regularly. Check the dictionary before you do your exams to see which ones are there. You could have childlike, lifelike, godlike, or unbusinesslike, which is obviously a negative using the prefix un. Childlike means you have the characteristics of a child. You might have a childlike brain, a childlike mind, childlike thoughts. Lifelike means that you might have the qualities of being alive. The ghost looks so lifelike, or the waxwork looks so lifelike, the picture looks so lifelike, the painting looks so lifelike. Godlike means that you are like a god. And unbusinesslike, basically, business has a certain way of acting. So if you're acting that way, if you act as if you are in business, you are businesslike. If you are not businesslike, you are unbusinesslike. So it's unbusinesslike behavior. And that's today. Have a look at what you did with your own brainstorm. Basically, and I'll go into this with what we should understand, you could use this with any animal and in lots of different ways as well. In informal English, you could use this pretty much any time. I say through my teeth because I don't want to get in trouble. If you're taking IELTS or TOEICs, be more careful. The four I've shown you today, being childlike, lifelike, godlike, and businesslike, are perfectly good because they'll be found in the dictionary. But for informal ones, be careful. For example, like means that you have the quality of something, you have the connection of something, right? So lifelike is a real one we can use. This means that it looks like real life. The picture, the drawing was lifelike. Dog-like, we wouldn't really use for academic English. Be careful with that. Cat-like is finding its way into the dictionary. So dog-like could be informal. You could say they ate the food in a dog-like manner. Cat-like, we would say, because cats do very specific things. Cats are very well known for their reflexes, for catching. So we would say cat-like reflexes. And we could say that in an international exam. And cat-like. You do need to be careful. This one could be a bit of a minefield. If it's informal English, if it's everyday English, go for it. You can say anything with like. But be careful when using it in international exams. Cat-like, I would say you need to think about what you are describing as cat-like. Do they have cat-like eyes? Do they have a dog-like tongue? Things like that. It's very good for descriptions. Anyway, I've talked enough. That was Unit 43, and in Unit 44 we'll be looking at Lee. See you then. Bye-bye. We're in Unit 44. There are 6 more suffixes that we're going to look at, and today we are looking at Lee. Before we have a look at Lee, let's do what we have done so far. So what we should understand: what are some different prefixes? What are some different suffixes? What does the suffix like mean? And what does unbusinesslike mean? Different prefixes include photo, hydro, bi, uni, tri. We've gone through lots of them. Have a look at the handout if you're struggling to remember what they mean. Different suffixes could be tion, or like, or ness. And again, revise what we've done so far. The suffix like means that it is like something, like it has the characteristics or the ability of something. So if something is unbusinesslike, it is not how business should be conducted. If it's businesslike, it's how business should be done. Today we're looking at li. This comes from German and Old English, and it helps to form adjectives and adverbs, and it shows the time. We can use this to help us know what the time is. Try and think of some yourself for the first few moments. For example, we could have hourly. So that's when something happens every hour. Try and think of some yourself. Brainstorm. Pause the video. If you haven't paused the video, lots of words that end with li are to show us an amount of time. Yearly, daily, monthly, weekly. These show us time. This is quite an easy thing to understand. If you add li onto an amount of time, that is then going to make it the adjective and the adverb. You could also add it onto other words as well, such as gladly, or glad, or saint. So, if we have glad, glad means that you are happy to do something. So I will gladly do something. If something happens hourly, that happens every hour. Weekly happens every week. Monthly, every month. Yearly, every year. This goes on until we get into the Latin things like decade. We wouldn't say decadely or centurally. That's more Latin. And saintly, a saint is someone who is cast up to heaven. So it's someone who does a good deed. So if someone does something good, then you could say their behavior was saintly. Like this guy, he is saint, he is saintly. And that's li. Li helps us to understand things. It helps us to know what adjectives are, and it helps us, more importantly, to know the time. So the suffix li means that it helps us to show the time, and it helps to make some adjectives. The suffix with it gladly means that you are happy to do something. I will gladly go to the shop for you. I'm happy to. Yearly means that it happens every year. And a coward is someone who runs away. So if they run away, they are cowardly. And it makes the adjective for you right there. And that's today. The suffix li comes from German and Old English. So you do need to look at where the base word comes from. You will not use this with many Latin words. So it is really about time and making some adjectives. In Unit 45, we'll be having a look at ment. And I'll see you there. Bye-bye. Welcome back. It's nice to see you in this unit. This unit we are looking at the suffix ment. So this is Unit 45. We are coming to the end of the course, and I hope you are enjoying it and finding it useful so far. What we should understand: what does the suffix li mean? What does hourly mean? What does the suffix like mean? And what does cat-like mean? Li is a way to show time, so hourly, daily, weekly, monthly, yearly. It's also a way to make adjectives, so if you have a coward, they are cowardly. If you have a saint, they are saintly. Hourly means it happens every hour. Like means that something or someone has the characteristics or something. So cat-like means they have the characteristics of a cat. Cat-like reflexes, for example. Today we're looking at ment. This comes from Latin, French as well, and it helps us to show nouns using states and actions. For example, you can turn adjectives into nouns. If you are merry, this means you are happy, you are merry, so the noun would be merry ment. Other ones that we might look at could be entertain. So the TV will entertain me. So that is entertainment. Okay. So when we look at this, What words end with ment? Take a moment for yourself, brainstorm, pause the video. What words end with ment? If you haven't paused the video, there are a lot out there. We have entertainment. So to entertain is to give someone pleasure and make them happy. So entertainment would be the noun. We have enlightenment, advertisement, and merriment. It's not always an adjective, but it usually does turn an adjective into a noun. Entertainment is being provided with enjoyments. So entertain is to show off to someone, to help them enjoy themselves. Advertise is to be shown a product. So advertisement is the noun of it. Lighten means to give something, means to provide light. En means to give more. So enlightenment means it's to provide the light into someone's life. Usually it's spiritual. Or you could have other ones as well. You could have arguments. Argument would be when you argue. So they argued, that is an argument. Okay. So we're running through that very quickly. Merriment, we did in the first part. What we should understand. The suffix ment, what does it mean? What does enlightenment mean? What does development mean? What does merriment mean? So ment shows an action or a state of how something is, that could be looking at entertainment, you could be looking at advertisements, you could be looking at enlightenment. Enlightenment is usually to do with religion. So lighten means to provide light into someone's life. Enlighten means to provide that even more so. And enlightenment is the noun of that. If you develop something, you make it, you create it, and you raise it up. So the development is the place, it's the thing. So it's the development. Over time, your English will develop, and that will be your development. And merriment is the act of being merry, so it's the state of being merry. So when you are merry, you are happy, so merriment is that. That's a very old kind of word. You might find that in some old English books, that they drank with merriment, the people talked with merriment, that kind of thing. In Unit 46, we're going to have a look at ness. If you are enjoying the course, please do let me know. If you have any questions, please do let me know as well. I know these videos are shorter. That is because my previous students from my last courses have asked me to create 4 or 5 minute videos, because that's the amount of time they want to watch these videos for. If you do have any questions, if there's something I go over too quickly, please let me know and I will be sure to help you. That's it for today. I'll see you in Unit 46. Bye-bye. We're in Unit 46, and today, or this lesson I should say, I always say today, but really I should say this lesson, as many of you will be joining me from the last lesson, we're looking at ness. This one you might know, but you might not be aware. Let's have a look at what we know so far before we get to that. What does the suffix ment mean? What does tion mean? What does ism mean? And what does ick mean? So ment often is going to make nouns, and that's going to show you that it has a state of something, or something is something. So if something entertains you, it is entertainment. If it advertises to you, it is an advertisement. Tion does the same in such a way. So this makes a noun as well. We could have evaporation, condensation. Ism, it usually shows a belief or something related to a belief system. Fascism, communism, things like that. And ik means that it has the quality of something. So Germanic means that it comes from Germany. It shows ownership. Periodic means that it happens periodically. It happens every time it's going to happen. Today we are looking at ness. And this is a Germanic word. This means that it has something. It gives something, it has something. For example, if you are good, then you do something with goodness. That's probably not one that we use that often, to be honest, but one that we do use quite often is kindness. So if someone is kind, they treat you with kindness. Take a moment, think of some words that end with ness. This is one that you probably haven't noticed before or might not be aware of. Write down some words. If you're not so sure, or you have paused the video and you're happy to move on, we have goodness, kindness, tenderness, and bloodthirstiness. Goodness means that you have the characteristics of being good. I have done that with goodness. We don't use that one that much anymore. Kindness we use a lot. This means to be kind to someone, to be nice to someone. Tender means to be sensitive in this example. So tenderness means to do something with kindness or with softness. So they kissed her with a tenderness. Really good if you're writing a book. And bloodthirstiness would be this man. He is bloodthirsty. He is thirsty for blood, so it's bloodthirstiness. He chopped their head off with bloodthirstiness. Bloodthirstiness means that you have the desire for blood. You are bloodthirsty. You are this man. So, what does ness mean? What does hardness mean? What does softness mean? What does carelessness mean? Ness means that it has the property of something or it has the quality of something. So if something is hard, it has a hardness to it. The bookshelf has a hardness to it. If something is soft, it has a softness to it. Care means that you do something and you think about it. So careless means that you don't think about your actions. You don't think about how it makes other people feel or what the outcome is. So carelessness is then going to create that for you. So they threw the book down with carelessness. They threw the book across the room with carelessness. This shows the property of something, it shows the quality. So careless would be the verb or the adjective. So we make it into ness. And that's today. You might be going on to Unit 47 next. If you are, we're going to look at logist. This is one of my favourites. I teach science, English science. And logist is a very easy one to understand, but one you might not be aware of. I'll see you in Unit 47 for logist. Bye-bye. Welcome to Unit 47. We're looking at logist. This is one of my favourite suffixes to teach. Unit 48, we will look at logy, and that is very closely linked to logist. Before we go into that, let's see what we know so far. What does the suffix ness mean? What does happiness mean? What does the suffix est mean? What does deepest mean? Ness means that it has the quality of something. So the question I ask you, what does happiness mean? That's a very, very philosophical one. But the actual word itself means to be happy. So it's happiness. I am living in happiness. The suffix est we'll make a superlative. This means that it's the most of something. So deepest means that it goes the furthest down. Deep means to go down, so deepest means it goes down. Today we're looking at these people. This man, it's a scientist. Basically, we split science into so many different areas, but almost all of them have an ending that is logist. Logist is someone who studies an area of the sciences. This might be the natural sciences, it might be the social sciences. Basically, if you have logist, this is a person who studies. If it's a subject, it's logy. It's quite a simple one to understand. It comes from Greek and French. Take a moment. Hopefully, you will be able to think of some by yourself. What words end with logist? Do you know any yourself? Try and think. Pause the video. If you're not sure, you could have biologist, you could have psychologist, you could have astrologist, you could have hydrologist. For example, an astrologist studies the star. Be careful, I will give you a piece of information here. Astronomy is the study of space. Astrologists study the stars, that's star signs. So, bio means life, we've done that. Biologists therefore study living things. Psycho means mind, so psychologist is someone who studies the mind. Hydro, we've done, means water, so a hydrologist studies water. And astrologist is someone who studies the stars, but this is not a scientific one necessarily. These are star signs, these are zodiacs. Astronomy and an astronomer, is someone who would study space and the actual science behind it. And it's as simple as that. If you did think of some yourself, go and check out what they are. Most of the logists actually go with a prefix. So geologists study the earth. Geo means earth. Geography, you look at the earth. Go and take the words that you thought of and go and look at their backgrounds, see what they are. So, what does the suffix logist mean? What does a biologist do? What does a psychologist do? What does a hydrologist do? Logist is someone who studies. It tells us or shows us someone who studies. So a biologist studies living things. A psychologist studies the mind. And a hydrologist studies water, hydrology. And that's what we're going to be doing in Unit 48. We will be looking at logy. So hydrology would be the study of water. What other logies can you think of? Before you come to Unit 48, go and find some logies. See you there. If you are enjoying the course, please do let me know. Bye-bye. Welcome back. If you're joining us from Unit 47, you will know that we just looked at logist. Today, logy looks at pretty much the same thing, but has a little bit of a different meaning. Before we look at that, let's know what we know so far. What does the prefix for mean? What does the prefix homo mean? What does the prefix tri mean? What does the prefix bio mean? See if we can remember some prefixes. For means that it happens first or before something. It happens first. So your forehead is the first part of your head. Forefather is the first person to be somewhere. Forearm is the first or the lowest part of your arm. Homo means different. Tri means three. And bio means life. And today we are going to use that example. We have biology. If I look at this multicolored dolphin or a sturgeon or something like that, we need to understand why it is multicolored. So we look at it in biology. Logy is an area of scientific study. Basically, most words that end in logy are scientific. Some other words are using logy, but it doesn't happen that often. For example, we have trilogy, and I will come to explain what trilogy means later. If you are one of the smart cookies, you will know what trilogy means by knowing what the prefix is. So, biology, as we did in Unit 47, bio means life, so biology is the study of living things. This is one of the basic parts of science. We have biology, chemistry, and physics. Geo means earth. When you study geography, you look at geology. Hydro, but when you study geography, you look at the earth. So when you do geology, you look at the earth. Hydro means water, so hydrology is the study of water. And a trilogy is a movie series that is made of 3 films. For example, you have the original Star Wars trilogy, Indiana Jones trilogy. These are 3 films. What other words end in logy? Most of them will be scientific. If you haven't paused the video, you might have psychology, astrology, hydrology, geology, biology. Let me go through some more. What else do we have? Archaeology. Archaeology, you look at old buildings. This man would study geology. He studies the earth. He would go and dig up the earth and see what's underneath. There's lots out there. So, what we should understand. What does the suffix logy mean? What is biology? What is geology? What's astrology? See if you can remember what astro means from Unit 47, because I haven't really told you what it means in this one. Logy means study. So biology is the study of living things. Geo means earth, so geology is the study of earth. Astro means stars, so astrology is the study of the stars. It's not the same as astronomy. Astronomy, you look at space and the science of it all. And that's today. In Unit 49, we'll be looking at us. We've got 2 more units, and then we're done. I'll have a quick review with you, and then we'll do another review before you have your end of course test, where I hope you will pass and get your certificate. That's today. That's this lesson. I will see you next time. Bye-bye. In Unit 49, we're going to be looking at us. There are a few different spellings of this one, and we'll go into those different spellings, but this is the most common one. Before we have a look at what it means, let's recap and review. What is a prefix? What is a suffix? What does the suffix logy tell us? And then what is psychology? A prefix goes at the beginning of the word, a suffix goes at the end of the word. Logy goes at the end of the word, so it is a suffix. Psycho means, or psyche means the brain, the mind. So psychology is the study of. Logy means study. Psychology is the study of the mind. Today we are looking at us. This means that it has something, it possesses, and it uses the first part of the word to show that it has a lot of something. For example, you might know poison. If something has poison, it is poisonous. Another one that we could go for is in nature. You might have mountains. So you could describe the area as mountainous. It's only for a few select words, but it works quite well. It makes them into an adjective. So if something has poison, it is poisonous. If it has mountains, it's mountainous. What else is there? Brainstorm. What other words end with us in whatever spelling you can think of? If you haven't, pause the video. Or if you have and you're back now, let's take a look at some that I have for you, some examples. So we have poisonous, adventurous, righteous, and ambitious. Poison is something that is toxic, something that is bad that goes into your body. So poisonous is something that has poison. Adventure means to go and explore places. So someone who is adventurous is someone who likes to go and explore. Right means to be correct, to be the one who is the correct one. So to be righteous is not always a good thing, but it is someone who thinks that they are correct. They speak with righteousness. And then we have ambitious. So this is someone who has ambition. They want to go somewhere. This man is unconscious. He has unconsciousness, so he is knocked out. He is unconscious. Conscious or unconsciousness. And that's what we should understand today. So, what does us mean? What does mountainous mean? What does adventurous mean? What does unambitious mean? Us means that it is full of something. So if an area is mountainous, it has a lot of mountains. If someone likes to go and explore places, they are adventurous. If someone wants to do things and get far in life, they are ambitious. So if someone just wants to sit on the TV or sit on the couch and watch the TV all day, they are unambitious, which I would suggest none of you are, since you are trying to better yourselves. You are ambitious to learn English, so would make it the negative factor. I hope today has been helpful and not unhelpful. Unit 50 is the last suffix one that we're looking at. We're going to have a look at phobic and phobia. I'll see you in Unit 50. Bye-bye. It's Unit 50. We've worked hard. We've gone through lots of different things. And now we're looking at phobic and phobia. You might be aware of these ones already, but we'll have a look at the words that they can join with as well. Before we go into that, for the last time, what we should understand. What does us mean? What does mountainous mean? What does ness mean? What does hardness mean? Us means that it has a lot of something. It is full of something. So if somewhere is mountainous, it has a lot of mountains. Ness means that it has the quality of something. So if it is hard, it has a hardness. It has the quality of being hard. Lots of those out there. And today we're going to be looking at phobic. And phobic and phobia usually mean to do with fear. So, phobic comes from Greek and works its way through Latin and French as well. So, phobic means having the irrational fear or dislike of something. Irrational is the important part there. So, it's irrational. It's not a fear that we think is a fair fear to have. Phobia is the noun. Phobic would make the subject. Or phobe would make the subject. So when you have a homophobe, they are a person, they are the subject. This is a market, but we don't say market phobia, we use the Greek word. The Greek word for market is agora. So if you have a fear of going outside into busy places, you have agoraphobia. You are agoraphobic, you are an agoraphobe. What other words end in phobic? Try and think of some. There's lots. Most of them come from Greek. If you have paused the video and now you're back, they don't all come from Greek, but lots of them do, and I'm going to use parts of this course to help us know and understand easily. Homo means different. So when you are homosexual, or homo means the same, so when you are homosexual, you like someone of the same sex. So homophobic means that you have a dislike of homosexual people. Hydro means water. So hydrophobic means that you have a dislike of water. Photo means light. So if you are photophobic, you are disliking light, you dislike light. And technophobic, techno means to related to machines and technology. So if you're technophobic, this means that you don't like machines or technology. You have a fear of them. That's today. That's the last one of the course. There's lots out there. Go and have a look for Greek prefixes and then see if you can put phobia with them. Arachnid, for example, is a spider. So arachnophobia is the fear of spiders. Agora is the market, so agoraphobia is the fear of markets, outside places. And this makes you who you are, so you are agoraphobic. And that is really that. That's the end of this lovely course, which I hope you have found useful. Let's have a look at what we should understand. So, what does the suffix phobic mean? What does phobia mean? What does homophobic mean? And what is hydrophobia? So, phobic means that you have an irrational fear of something. This is how you would describe yourself. You would say, I'm hydrophobic, homophobic. Hopefully you're not homophobic in this day. The suffix phobia makes the noun. So if you have a fear of water, you have hydrophobia. Homophobic means that you don't like homosexuals, gay people, lesbians, LGBTQT. And hydrophobia means that you have a dislike of water. You are scared of water and you don't like water. Lots of them start from Greek beginnings, so have a look at your brainstormed list and see what you can find there. Go and Google some phobias. You can really start to break down the word and learn some new meanings. English is a spectrum of different languages. Someone said once that English is wearing a trench coat and it's built of Greek and Latin and German and Dutch and all of these different languages. But lots of phobic and phobia come from Greek itself. And that is that. I will do 2 more lessons with you. Number 1 is where we do a review, lesson 51. Of suffixes, and 52 we will go through all of this again, prefixes and suffixes. If you are enjoying the course, please do leave a review. It will only take 30 seconds and it's really helpful for me to know what to do differently in the next course or to know what to keep the same, and it helps my students or perhaps prospective students who haven't signed up yet to know what my current students thought of this course. That is that. Thank you very much. I'll see you in Unit 51. We're going to review suffixes. Bye. Hello, welcome to Unit 51, and we are going to review the suffixes that we have learnt together today. This is just a quick overview. If you haven't done the suffix videos, please do go and do them. This is not for you to skip over. This is to help those who have already completed the other videos. So, without further ado, we have able, ibble, ow or eow, or, est, full, ick, ing, ism, shun, ation, ishan, iv, ativ, itiv, and less. What do they mean? Able, I'll just say the first ones. Able means that it has the ability to do something. It is capable of doing something. Or means that it is related to something. So this is going to turn verbs into nouns or nouns into adjectives. For example, survive is the verb, survival is the noun. Or is going to make a comparative, and it's also going to tell you about someone. So it's going to tell you they are a teacher. It takes the verb and it takes the person into account. Est makes the superlative, it's the most of something. Full means that it is full of something, it is characterized by something. Ick is going to have some of the characteristics of something. So German would be Germanic. Ing is going to be verbing, so you're going to use the verbs and turn them into nouns. Ism is about a belief, so we have communism, fascism. It's also an action noun, so you could have baptism. Shun is going to form an idea out of a noun and show an action. So evaporate means the liquid turns to a solid. A liquid turns to a gas, sorry. And evaporation is the noun. Iv is forming adjectives to show characteristics, and less is being without something. So godless means you are without God. Moving on, we have like, li, ment, ness, logist, logy, us and is, and phobic. Like means that you have a connection to something, so it shows that something has something. It shows that you are with something. You are godlike. You are like a god. Li means that it makes adjectives and adverbs. It also shows time, so hourly, daily, weekly, monthly. You could say godly. They worked in a godly way. This is an adjective. Ment shows a state and it makes a noun, so we have entertainment, advertisement, etc. Ness is usually added to adjectives to make nouns, but there are other ones as well. You could do something with goodness. You could do something with kindness. So this shows that you have something. Logist is someone who studies. Logy is the study of something. Us means that it has something. So it possesses, it is full of something. So poisonous means that it is full of poison. And phobic is the fear of something. That is that. I made this course for everyday English and academic English. So there are some academic words in there and there's some that we use every day. I think the suffixes are quite simple to understand. If you're not sure, drop me a message on the question board of the course page or go and look at your workbook. And there are lots of suffixes. These are just some that I chose. I've set out on this course to pick 50 prefixes and suffixes, and I wanted to pick the ones that I thought would be most useful to my students, and I hope I have done that. You can go and research some more suffixes for yourself. And don't stop learning. You can't stop learning. You've got one more lecture with me and we'll go back through everything. After that, you will have a test and hopefully you will earn your certificate. Please do leave a review. It really is very helpful. Thank you. See you in the last lecture of the course. Have an amazing day. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to the last lesson of this course. Today we're going to have a look back at everything we've done. I hope you have found this course useful and hopefully this is all memorized and in your memory now. So we're going to start with prefixes and then we'll go on to the suffixes. Let's go through these. We have anti and anti, auto, bi, bio, co, d, dis, m, n, for, homo, hydro, inter, micro, mid, miss. Anti means the opposite or to go against. Anti with an E means to happen before. Auto means to happen by itself. Bi means to. Co means to happen together. D means to remove or separate something. Dis means to take away and has a negative force. M or N means to give ability or to give more of something to it. For means to happen before or happen in front of something. Homo is the same. Hetero is the opposite, it's the difference. Hydro means water. Inter means happen between or together with things. Micro means tiny or related to tiny. Macro means huge. Mid means to happen in the middle of something. And miss is to be mistaken or wrong or incorrect. Moving on to the next ones, we have non, over, photo, post, pre, re, semi, sub, super, trans, tri, un, under, and uni. So, non means not. It has a negative force showing that something isn't there. Over means to be outside or have too much or have gone too far. Photo is related to light. Post happens after. Pre happens before, just like a prefix. Re means again. Recycle means to come around again. Semi means half or partially done. Sub means below or beneath. Super means beyond, better than the rest. Trans means across. Tri means three. Un means not, negative. Under means below or beneath. And uni means one. Those are the prefixes. Let's have a look at the suffixes. We have able, ibble, ow, eow, or, est, full, ick, ing, ism, shun, ashun, ashun, iv, ativ, itiv, and less. Able means that it has the ability to do something. So this is capable, it has the ability to do something. Ow or eow is relating to something and it will turn verbs into nouns or nouns into adjectives. For example, survive is a verb, survival is the noun. Nature is the noun, natural is the adjective. Or can be a comparative, but in this example, the one I taught you, it takes the verb and turns that into a person. So teach becomes teacher, football becomes footballer, and that goes on. I know football is a noun, but that's not the best example, but we take other ones like own becomes owner, employ becomes employer. Est is the most of something, it's a superlative. For means that it has lots of something. Ick has the characteristics of something. So if it is Germanic, it has the characteristics of being German. Ing takes verbs and takes them into nouns. Ism gives belief and devotion or how things are. And it also makes action nouns. So belief could be communism, action noun could be baptism. Shun turns things into nouns and shows actions. Iv forms adjectives to show characteristics, and less means to be without something. Like, lee, ment, ness, logist, logy, us, is, phobic. So we have like. Like means to show an affirmative adjective. So it shows that something has a quality. So if you are like God, you are godlike. Li means that it forms adjectives to show time, or to form other adjectives or adverbs as well. For example, happy would become happily. I will happily do that for you. That's the adverb. But we have daily, weekly, monthly. These are times. Ment is a noun to show the state of something. Ness is usually added to adjectives to show to make nouns. So soft becomes softness. Logist is someone who studies the area of sciences. Logy is an area of science, so psychology, astrology, biology, and then they would be astrologist, biologist, and the other one as well. Us, and is the fact that it has something, it possesses something. So if something has poison, it is poisonous. And phobic. Phobic means that you have a fear of something. And that is that. That was 50 videos to give you an understanding of some of the prefixes and suffixes that we use a lot in English. I hope you've had fun with this course. I hope you've learned a lot. There is a test for you at the end of this course which will give you access to a certificate. It's just a short test, 15 questions, just to see if you've got the broad idea of things. That's that. That is the end of this course. If you are interested in some of my other courses, please have a look at my author profile and we can continue learning together. If you've decided that you've had enough of listening to me, then I hope it's for the right reasons, and I will wish you all the best and good luck using and actioning this English in your day-to-day life. Any questions, you can leave them on the course page, and you have access to this course forever, for the rest of your life. So if you ever need to come back to the videos, they will be there for you. All that's left for me to do is to say goodbye. Thanks, have a great day, and goodbye.